Welcome to the board meeting of August 6th. Thank you for attending, and we'll call this meeting to order. For the adoption of the agenda, are there any changes or corrections, Dr. Castro?
Yes, Dr. Dannenberg, staff requests that we move item 15C1 up to occur before action.
Okay. Any questions by the board? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Public comment. Do we have any public comments this time? Doesn't look like it.
We
but
do not.
I didn't think so. Okay. And then for closed session, we'll be discussing employee discipline, dismissal, and release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, and conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, Government Code 54956D, 6.9D2. One case. I'll entertain a motion to go to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, we'll move to closed session at this time. Thank you. Welcome to the Board of Education meeting for August 6th. Thank you all for attending. Before we do the Pledge of Allegiance, I'll ask you all to remain standing for a moment of silence for Glory Page, who was one of our former teachers and principals, and we'll tell you more about her in just a minute. So if you'd all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Glory Page began working in Ventura Unified School District as a substitute teacher in 1994 and was hired in 1997 as a 7th grade core teacher at Cabrillo Middle School. From 1998 to 2001, she was promoted to assistant principal at Cabrillo and then served as principal from 2001 to 2011. She continued to serve in various administrative substitute assignments until June of 2015. Mrs. Page left an indelible mark at Cabrillo Middle School. She was a passionate advocate for students, an authentic leader, and a genuinely kind person. Even after she retired as principal at Cabrillo, she continued volunteering as a guest speaker in classes and honored musicians for their character and leadership with the Glory Page Award. While she is missed, her legacy will live on. We wish Glory's family, friends, and colleagues happy memories and comfort during this difficult time, and we thank Glory for her years of service and dedication to our community's children.
Thank you. Okay. Roll call, Ms. Dahm.
Thank you. President Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Vice President Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Trustee James Forsythe.
Here.
Trustee Alicia Levere.
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez is absent this evening. Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Thank you.
In closed session tonight, the board took action on one item: public employee discipline, dismissal, and release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. In closed session, the board took action to approve a 2-day suspension without pay for employee reference 118. The roll call was motion by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Forsythe, and all four of us voted yes in favor of that. With that, we'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. I'm going to hand this over to Gina Wolowitz for our introductions. Thank you.
Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Lars Nygren, who has over 21 years of experience in education. He started his career as a 7th grade social studies and language arts teacher in Boulder Valley School District. He then served as social studies teacher in Redondo Beach Unified School District before becoming an assistant principal at Paris Middle School and then at Redondo Union High School for 1 year before he returned to Paris Middle School, where he was principal for 10 years. He has also served as a coordinator for intervention and instruction for Torrance Unified School District. Dr. Nygren has experience and expertise in transformative practices that support a student-centered culture and enhance students' emotional well-being. He's a collaborative leader who works to create highly effective teams that consistently meet the diverse needs of students. His leadership efforts as a site principal earned his school the California Distinguished School Award and the California Gold and Green Ribbon Awards. Dr. Nygren will make an excellent addition to Cabrillo's already talented and dedicated team and will continue to build upon Principal Johnson's great work. Thank you and welcome this evening.
Well, first I want to say thank you to the school board and also the district administration for bringing me on board to the team. I can't tell you what a warm and wonderful welcoming feeling I had coming to this school district, meeting Gina and the rest of the cabinet. I just knew that it was the right fit for me when I came here, and it even today just showed me I made the right choice coming here, going around the district, meeting the different people within the district office itself. I really want to honor Ms. Page also and the work that she has done in the past with being the school leader of Cabrillo. You know, we're going to do some amazing things at Cabrillo, and I invite the board to come over anytime so that we can sit down and speak. But there's going to be some amazing things happening at that school site, and I've already met a number of the staff members, and they're just outstanding people. So I have some great people here with me. I'll first start with my mother, who was a principal secretary at the high school level, Fran Nygren, and then my wife, who is a special ed teacher for LA Unified, and then two of my children, my two boys, West Nygren here, and also our youngest, this is Decker, and he's wearing his principal's jacket, he calls that. So, and he talked to his mom, he said, I want principal's shoes, but we settled for Gators instead, or Crocs, I'm sorry. So thank you for having us here, and my family is, you know, thankful for being a part of Ventura's family, Unified's family. So thank you very much.
Well, welcome. We're very pleased you're here and want to thank you for interest in Ventura Unified, and I think maybe the other board members would like to make a comment.
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I just want to welcome you and thank you. We're excited to have you at Cabrillo.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Cabrillo is a very unique school, and it sounds like you're very committed to it. So thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Yes, and thank you, and we can use you as center for our principal's basketball team. So we'll let you know about that later, but
yes.
welcome.
I play on Sundays already, so just as long as it doesn't conflict.
And once again, congratulations, and we're looking forward to those great things you're talking about. Dr. Castro?
Yeah, thank you for your comments, board. And Lars, I'll just state again, bringing you into our district in particular this time with your focus on just improvement, and you take that from a personal perspective, you make it a goal for your entire team, and I think the Cabrillo, the whole community is going to grow alongside you and grow alongside us. So thank you again for your commitment to our district.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice meeting you all.
Next, it gives me pleasure to welcome Ms. Katie McCarroll as the director of our new Educational Therapeutic and Behavioral Services Department. Ms. McCarroll has 18 years of experience in the field of psychology and education. She began her career as a school psychologist in Ventura Unified. She was assistant principal and principal for the extended school year summer programs. And she has most recently served as a special education program specialist, focusing on therapeutic and behavior programs since 2016. Ms. McCarroll is an expert in special education, working with staff and families to serve students with disabilities who require additional education and social emotional support. She deeply understands the psychology of education, the practice of behavioral and therapeutic interventions, and identifying best practices to improve student outcomes with educational and social emotional goals for students. As a leader, Ms. McCarroll demonstrates compassion through relationship building and developing solid connections that allow her collaborative leadership style to flourish. Ms. McCarroll is poised to build and move our new Educational, Therapeutic, and Behavioral Services Department forward for the betterment of our students and families. Congratulations.
Hello, and thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I am so honored to be able to just be in this position, a position that was just, created, a department that was created, and to know that I have so many people encouraging and believing in me to be able to lead this department is beyond what I feel like I deserve. So thank you so much for that, and I'm just really looking forward to moving forward and creating something that's going to make an impact for our community. So what I want to do now is introduce my family, who I can't do anything or be what I am without them. So this is my husband, James, my daughter, Candace, my mother, Josefina, my family friend who's like a father to me, Carlos, and my teacher mother who has been with me for years in the classroom, Miss Kathy Solis.
Well, congratulations to you. You really have the support of the entire management team. They're very much in your court, and we're looking forward to great things from you.
Thank you.
Ms. Levere?
Hi, welcome. Yes, thank you. I know that you're going to be a great asset to our students and supporting them through their academic career, and I'm grateful for that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We should be thanking you for stepping up into this. This is a brand new department. I mean, I can't imagine, you know, all the challenges and all the kind of the interesting parts that you're going to be facing. It's a big task, but like Dr. Castro said, you have tons of support. So we 100% believe in you. We're looking forward to seeing how this department grows. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And you know, our interview process is pretty rigorous, and when we create a position and people say we want this person that's already been working with us to lead us, like, it says something about you as a person. So I have no doubt you're going to do a great job. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Once again, congratulations on your promotion, and we are looking for great things out of this department in years to come. Dr. Castro?
I'll just add that this board, since I've joined it, has been really clear about doing everything we can for our most vulnerable. And the level of integrity that we know that you bring to every position and the way that you work to create systems of support that can affect what these board goals are. There's a tremendous amount of trust in you to be able to help us accomplish that. So thank you, and we wish you luck. And we're going to see you really soon. Yeah.
Yes. And thank you again for the kind words. That really means a lot to me. So thank you.
Nice to meet you. Bye.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone, for that warm welcome. We'll move on to our gratitude awards. So those will be coming up on the screen, and as is our practice, we'll just pick a few of them to highlight. So I have 3 here. The first 2 are written for students. As you're taking a look at the names that are on the screen, we have just a couple that represent them. The first is Jaslyn Jimenez, is a student at Balboa Middle School and is described as a thoughtful classmate and friend, respectful to teachers in all classes, pays attention, is thoughtful, considerate, and positive. And even when she's down, she does her best to continue to be positive. And in general, this recommender says that we could use a lot more students like Jaslyn. The next individual is Victoria McCarter, a student at Citrus Glen. Victoria is described as someone who makes everyone's day better, is compassionate. When she feels down, when others feel down, she drops whatever she needs to give a hug and a shoulder to cry on. And this gratitude recognition is just a small way of acknowledging her impact on others and what she's done for this person. And our final person is Tammy Lane, teacher at Montalvo. The person writing the recommendation worked with Tammy for a few days on CASP testing. Tammy was described as being incredibly helpful, setting up all the tests, ID cards, all of the processes in place for successful test accommodations, and that it was clear to this individual that Tammy cares deeply about students, those whom she works with, and that all students' needs are met. Tammy is also described as a kind, compassionate, friendly person and is appreciated for what she does for students every day. Thank you very much for everything, and let's join in showing our appreciation for them. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Dannenberg.
Do we have any correspondence?
We do not.
Any correspondence by any of the board members? No. Public comments. Do we have any public comments this evening?
We do not.
Do not. Earlier in the evening, we moved up an item because we have some speakers here, so we're moving up item C1, our solar update on Ventura High School.
Good evening, Dr. Castro, President Dannenberg, and Vice President Peterson. I'm going to introduce Kevin Watson. He's our project manager from NG, who will provide you an update on the status of the Ventura High School placement of the solar structures. What we did is took your comments and suggestions from the last board meeting and kind of dialed it in a little bit more, and Kevin will provide you some additional commentary.
Great, well, thank you, everybody. As Mr. Hughes said, my name's Kevin Watson. I'm a project manager with NG Services, a solar company that's going to be working across the district. So, as you all recall, we were here about a month ago to present the updates on Ventura High School and kind of where we are at with their overall design. So, if you'll recall, we talked about the original solar PV design where we had the solar canopies in the parking lot just south of the stadium. So this is the design as of July 2023, going into contract signing with the district. If you go to the next slide, please. So at the last board meeting, the board members had great feedback for us to go back to the drawing board and look at some other areas around the campus as far as viable options to install the solar panels. So the first option we came up with, this is preferred solar design number 1, and so you can see what's different about this design from the last one. There's no solar panels up in the student part or the parking lot north of the stadium, so not taking up any stalls there. So we do have the main courtyard canopy, the softball field canopy, and then we moved the ground-mounted arrays over to the southwest corner of the campus, so just putting it right out in the front. So just wanted to go over a few pros and cons for this. So some of the pros is improved constructability with all shade canopies and proximity to electrical point of interconnection. So just from a construction standpoint, solar canopies are easier to build than ground-mounted systems. I can get into more details, but if you'd like, but I'll keep moving on for now. As far as the electrical point,
I had a question from in the beginning. From the parking lot, it wasn't that we didn't decide that we didn't want it in the parking lot. We couldn't put it in the parking lot, right? Wasn't there something?
Yeah, the original design was there was like ground faults from. So then when NG came last month and presented in front of the board, there was an additional option to put ground mounts on top upstairs by the sand volleyball courts. But what that would do is pretty much take up that entire parking structure over there, leaving like maybe 5 or 7 ADA stalls. And so we were instructed by the board to go look at other options. And so here we are.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to make it clear because it sounded like when we first did the introduction, it was like the board wanted other options.
Oh, yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure it wasn't. I liked it in the parking lot. We could not. We could not do it in the parking lot. So I just wanted to make that very clear that we didn't say don't do it in the parking lot, which would probably be the best option. We could not do it in the parking lot.
And I appreciate the clarification.
Okay,
yeah. I will make that clarification. The original design and the preferred design for everybody was to have them in the parking lot. That yellow shaded area is an earthquake fault zone, so per code and California Geological Survey, there's no way we can build a canopy structure in that area. So it certainly wasn't the board that said no. It was, I guess, the earth that said no. So, sorry, nothing we could do about that. So, all right. So moving on through the pros. So I mentioned improved constructability with an all canopy design. We're closer to the electrical point of interconnection. So south of Polai Street is where we're going to be connecting to the electrical meter. There wouldn't be any underground horizontal boring under Polai Street, so typically that involves getting permits with the city and is a much more intricate process of working with the city to bore under a main road. So one thing that was adopted in the new California building code as of July 1st, 2024 was for all solar canopies that are installed in parking lots, you have to install EV chargers, electric vehicle chargers. And so because the softball field parking lot is considered a parking lot with DSA, we would have to install electric vehicle charging stations. It's typically the number of charging stations you have to install per code is dependent on the number of parking spaces that you have in that lot. So we haven't determined the number of how many charging stations you'd need, but that was something we viewed as a pro. We figure the more electric vehicles there are being used by district staff at the school, that could be a potential bonus for this design. Another pro would be a one-to-one tree replanting guarantee from NG. So on the layout here, you can see the canopy in the front of the school. There'd be 3 palm trees that would have to be taken out, and that's basically just going under the footprint of the canopy. And then there are 2 trees in the main courtyard that would be taken out. But as per guarantee, we would install, for every tree we remove, we would install a new one. And then just added shade for students and faculty in the summer, or pretty much sunny all year round, so it would be an added benefit there. Actually, if you could just go back, there were, oh, I did mention the cons. The cons are removing those 5 trees. Thank you. So this is an artist rendering of what the canopy would look like out in the front of the school. I know that this is something we wanted to kind of show what it might look like, as the front of Ventura High School is pretty iconic, and obviously there would be a structure going up in front of it. So we wanted to make sure that the board had an idea of what it might look like. And this is just an aerial view.
What's the height of that solar panel there in the front?
So the maximum height, or the minimum clearance on the lower end would be 13 foot 6 inches. So we typically just say 14 feet, and then I think about 17 to 18 feet in the other end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any restrictions if we wanted, because there'll be shade there now, putting some picnic tables underneath it or something? Are there requirements that we can't do that?
Go ahead.
As per DSA, it would change the occupancy classification of the canopy. So if you do install permanent sitting, eating structures under there, you have to do things like install sprinklers and like rain-tight guards to make sure that no rain goes through. So that's a code requirement or building code requirement that DSA enforces.
If they're permanent.
If they're permanent. But if kids just want to go sit under the shade, there's not a problem with that?
No.
Okay.
And so this would also require that the statue be removed too, right? There's a statue right there?
No.
Is that?
No, it's over further.
No.
Go back to the next page. So where is it?
It's right back. Yeah.
It's pretty far
It's in the sidewalk.
So that's sitting right in front of the building.
Right.
So that stays. That
Yes.
wouldn't be removed. Oh, okay. That's a plus.
Yep.
3 trees removed.
So yeah,
So the only thing that would be removed is 3 trees, but we would plant 3 more.
Yes, 3
correct.
trees.
Yeah.
So with
Yes.
that parking lot right there, we don't need to install a EV charger, even though it's close to it?
No.
It's on the courtyard or something.
Okay, it would have to be overhanging the parking.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yes. Correct. Yeah. We can go to the next slide. Okay. So this is preferred solar design number 2. So instead of having a solar shaded canopy out in the front of the campus, we are proposing putting ground mounted arrays west of, I believe that's the robotics building, basically smack on the west side of campus. So some pros that were similar to the design you saw before. There we would need to install EV chargers, electric vehicle charging stations under the parking lot canopy near the softball fields. We would still have the same tree replanting guarantee. So instead of taking out 5 trees, we would have to only take out 2 in the main courtyard. And then there would still be the added shade benefit for faculty and students. Some of the cons, as I mentioned, from the first one, we would have to do horizontal underground boring under Poli Street. There'd be 2 separate electrical runs to the point of interconnection. So instead of combining all into one, it's more so just a constructability issue. Nothing that can't be done, but just makes it a bit more challenging. There would be shade impacts on the ground mount array from the trees to the west. So those properties adjacent to the ground mount systems, those are residential homes. So obviously we don't, or the district doesn't have any authority over removing those trees to reduce the shading effects in the ground mounted arrays. So that would just be one thing to consider in, you know, the overall production of the solar panels there. Again, nothing impossible, nothing that can't be overcome. And as I mentioned before, there still would be the removal of 2 trees in the main courtyard.
What is the increased cost to do the boring under poli?
I don't have those numbers right now. I don't know if Hassan or Ryan.
Yeah, at the time to put this presentation through, they didn't have enough time to get those updated costs, but it will be definitely more expensive than option number 1, being
Correct.
that there's only one electrical connection compared to boring across Poli Street.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's correct.
That's what I kind of read it as. Option 3 would be the most expensive. Option 1 would be the least, possibly.
So we can go to, yeah, spoiler alert, we can go to preferred solar design number 3. So one suggestion was to see kind of like a single row of ground mounted arrays just kind of bordering the property of the parking lot north of the stadium. So that's what we did here. You can see that the one single row of ground mounted array, that still would be taking up, it would still go into the parking lot, so there would still be an impact on the number of parking stalls there. And then you would still have the courtyard canopy and the parking lot canopy, as those would be the consistent array placements for all 3 designs. So as I mentioned, pros, EV chargers, 1-to-1 tree replanting guarantee, added shade for students and faculty. And the cons, needing to do the horizontal electrical boring under Poli Street, is a very long underground electrical boring run from the upper stadium parking lot. And then you'd also have 2 additional underground boring runs from the 2 canopies. So it's just a lot of pipe, a lot of wire, a lot of labor to do to connect the ground mounted arrays in the parking lot north of the stadium to the point of interconnection south of Poli Street. And as I mentioned, impact on parking spaces in that parking lot, and still the removal of 2 trees in the main courtyard.
So really the discussion here is your courtyard canopy, parking lot canopy have been consistent. Those are going to stay. The conversation is where to put that additional solar panels to cover the total amount of power that we need to make this project work. And really the option number 1, okay, first of all, none of these are amazing options, right? We know this is a difficult choice here. Option 1, the conversation is, okay, does that ruin the aesthetic? Yes, it's low cost, but once again, it's the view. How's that community gonna? How's the board gonna feel about that? Option 2, although a little bit more expensive, you're not impacting that front of that campus at all, and it's gonna be ground mounts up there where there's some buildings that need to be removed anyways. Correct? Yeah. And option 3 is just not good.
How many parking spots would you lose up top for option 3? And are they ADA parking spots or?
So option 3, you still would have to put a fence around that, right?
Yeah, we need a 10-foot offset to protect the solar array panels. We probably lose approximately 15 panels or 15 parking spots. No ADA parking would be lost.
Yeah. And that's the most expensive.
Yes, just because of the boring run. It's significantly downhill, plus just the overall length. So the way boring is max you can do is 250 feet, and then you have to put in a vault so they can pull the wire, and then another 250 feet. This is, I don't know, 1,200, 1,500 feet.
Number 3 is not an option.
It's because you're still back to the ground one. You're removing parking. That was the problem in the first place, where parking is already limited up there.
To me, it's like sensible choice. Like everything is a choice. Let me turn the mic. What I said earlier was like it seems like number 3 would be the expense just seems absurd to me. It seemed like the option is like between 1 and 2, and the first thing that I thought of when I seen the first picture when I was saying the statue was gone was, you know, the statue is like an iconic landmark. So my suggestion would be instead of having another volleyball gate, that we probably should ask the community, the teachers, the students, right? And I think number 3, I think the expense is probably going to be too much. I think like 1 and 2 would be the reasonable, but I think we probably should get some input.
So we did speak to the principal, right?
Correct. I spoke with the principal last Friday, got her input, and
what was her input?
Number 2.
2 is
the one with the building removal and the ground mount units.
The ground mount, yeah.
And those structures, when are they going to be removed?
We've been kind of waiting. Okay. One way or another, they're going to be removed. They're right now not occupied, and they need to be removed.
Is any of that land up there used by the ag teacher?
Yes. So we have just started initial discussions on what we're going to do in case that we have to put the ground mount arrays.
I think that's going to be a significant issue that we need to address, because that's quite a bit of space you used to use.
Yeah, so right now they've moved a lot of that ag department to near the softball fields. There's kind of like a little plot of land where I would say the last 6 months they've really developed it to put some, quite honestly, I don't know what they're doing, but I've seen some planter boxes and some tough shed out there. So they're moving some stuff down there. Reviewing some plans on other projects, DSA flagged that area and essentially told us we need to remove it, just due to path of travel and ADA compliance. Right. So one way or another, we need to, I need to figure out with the ag department on what we can do to accommodate.
Okay.
And we have ideas.
Have we considered roof mounts at all?
Yes. So currently we looked at all the plans and structural components. Anything we do to the existing buildings would require seismic and structural upgrades, which is blows all of these options out of the water, cost-wise.
Right. Thank you.
So what are you asking from us?
Really, we just need a consensus from the board for which option, or if you guys prefer, the board prefers us to explore both options, 1 and 2. We're seeking just general consensus here, and then
I'd like to see some differentials in cost before we make a decision. So I think we need a little bit more information.
Got it.
And I'd like our other board member to be with us when we make that determination.
Well, and I also would think, we just had our board retreat about getting more input from the community. And when we do stuff like this, like we remember what happened when we changed the gate, right? We changed the fencing, and then we wanted to do something in the volleyball court, and we seen some people came up with stuff that we didn't even think about. And so since we're asking for, the cost and what it would be, how much in the meantime, if we asked a community member or did a survey or asked the students that are there or the teachers what they thought between those two, would that take a long time? What would be the time? Like, would that put us way back?
I'll jump in. Just you can answer on the technical side. I'll just answer on the process side. The fact that right now it feels like we've already narrowed it down to 2 options is really helpful, because then that level of engagement, whatever that is, we're not giving people unrealistic expectations about what that looks like. So just so far, this is really helpful to have those 2 options. The second piece is that we have the start of the school year next week, which allows the principal to be able to gather some information. So now on to you, Ryan, in terms of when does the board need to make a determination? Because part of the feedback process is that feedback process. This is now, I think, is this our second or our third presentation on this?
Ventura High School, our second.
Second, okay.
Yeah.
So when we come back, that'll be the third. So what we can do is make sure through some some outreach. Yes.
Sorry, we
go ahead.
can do some outreach to the neighbors. It'll just take a bit. It depends if we want to try and do those direct mail postcards with a survey or have some sort of a meeting about it.
Yeah, so we'll work on that, but one thing at a minimum that we can do is to make sure that the community is aware of the next time we will have a conversation on this item, because we need to make sure that we're progressing. So what is, coming back to the timeline, when does the board need to make a determination?
I mean, obviously, the sooner the better. I would say probably, I think the next board meeting is August 26th. Not by then, probably the next board meeting after that. You know, in our intent is not to put additional pressure on you guys already, but with the DSA permitting process, it is quite lengthy, and we have our NEM 2.0 deadline we have to interconnect by 2026. So all the other sites are going well for DSA permitting. This is the one where we haven't even started yet. So,
as we're going through this process, I think it's important that we offer a meeting to the entire Ventura High staff and not
Yes.
just accept the input from the principal or a few people, because often we hear, well, we didn't hear about that. You know, whether the principal told them or not may be different, but, you know, so I think if we at least have an offer that they have a chance to hear what the plans are and voice their opinion, I think would be beneficial to us.
we agree. Like Dr. Castro stated, we didn't want to give them 18 options. It just convolutes it even further.
I guess the first thing, the consensus would be option 1 or 2 is what we're thinking would be the best consensus. And then if we have a board meeting on the 26th, if we can get the feedback and the cost on the 26th, we can talk about it, and then we probably can make a decision that next. So does that sound like a reasonable timeline? But I do agree that, you know, not that someone is not a representative, but sometimes if 50 people say it, but you have 200 staff, right? That's 75% of the people that didn't get the, did I do the math right? 25, 100, 75%. I just wanted to make sure we're an educational entity. But if we can put that out there so that we can get that information, we can get the cost information, and then we can put all that together on the next meeting, I think that would be a great timeline.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll work forward.
Yeah, I agree. This is really productive. The one thing that I'll just continue to state is the board should, and we should anticipate that at no point will we hear from everyone at Ventura High School. There will be some people that have really, really strong opinions on this, and we'll elicit those opinions, talk with them, gather the information. There will also be people that have zero opinion on it. So as long as we continue to know that we'll offer that, we know that Marissa will do an amazing job of engaging her community on that, and then we'll talk about the most effective way to ensure that our community outside of Ventura High School is aware of that, so that they know they have 2 more opportunities to weigh in.
Yeah, and just from what I remember that we talked about is, as long as we give the option of people to give their input, I think we've done what we want to do. Whether people say it, you know, whether people come or not, and they say, I didn't hear about it, as long as we did our due diligence of saying, during this period, we put it out there if you had a comment. So it's not like we're just making decisions from the diocese and just say, yeah, do this, and put Calvin's picture on the gate, and that'd be good. Like, we need to get the input.
Understood.
I have a question for option 2, just where the ground mounts are. Is there a possibility for reflection to go onto the neighbors?
No, they would be pointed north to south.
Okay. Yeah.
Or in this.
So you
diagram,
don't
north to
anticipate any negative impact on the neighbors?
I don't believe so. I mean, we also have to have a 10-foot setback from the fence line, so they will be set back. They're also not mounted very high. I don't know off the top of my head, but they're nowhere near as tall as the shaded canopies. So.
And are they set at an angle so that they're facing away from the neighbors, basically?
Yeah,
okay.
they're set at an angle, I think maybe 20, 25 degrees or something like that.
Is that going to provide any reflection for those homes up by the sand volleyball court that might get us some?
No, because they'll be facing south.
Yeah. Oh,
so
okay.
they'll be like, the houses are here. They'll be the solar panels will be faced that way.
The courtyard canopy, where is that? Is that that's in the inside by the administrative office?
Correct.
Where like the common area is?
Yes, south of the common area.
And can you go back to number 1? So the courtyard canopy is always going to be there, right?
Right.
Is that,
Correct.
That
Yes.
parking
That's
lot,
the one we already said that hasn't been moved.
As well as the parking lot.
as well as the
Yeah,
parking
the
lot.
softball field one to
Okay.
the right.
So the only thing we're talking about is from where the earthquake fault was. We can't do it there. We're just talking about the front or the second location.
Correct.
And the courtyard canopy, Calvin, is not right behind the office. It's between the library and basically where the pool's
The
at.
pool's at, yes.
So it's up against those classrooms, or close to those classrooms that,
Okay.
on that wing down there.
So would the courtyard canopy one have, be structured with, you know, the water resistant, so that if there were permanent seating under there? Because is that an area that the students use for, I don't know like what they use that area for, but.
So the kids can, for sure, the students can walk underneath it, sit underneath it. We just can't designate it as a permanent place where you can eat, teach, learn.
Okay, so there won't be any permanent seating underneath that, okay.
If a teacher wanted to take her classroom out and take their chairs and sit under it, is that a problem?
I'm not gonna say, I'm not gonna tell.
I'm just gonna close my ears.
Yeah, there's workarounds,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, board, for this. There is an additional area of consensus I want to make sure before our staff goes out to gather additional feedback. Can you go to the slide 4, the one that says the rendering of proposed? Yes. I want to make sure before we give this as an option that the board doesn't object to a statement that Dr. Moser was stating earlier, which is this makes a kind of a permanent fixture in terms of how the front portion of the high school is viewed in perpetuity. I mean, maybe 20, 30 years from now, somebody else makes a different decision, but let's just say for the next 20 years, I want to make sure that that no one has strong reservations about giving this as an option to the community. If that's acceptable to everyone, that this will be a part of for the most part, for the foreseeable future, the permanent landscape of the front of the high school.
For my 20%, to me, it seems like we're doing our part. When I look at it, I know some people look at it and says, "Oh, the school's always looked this way for a while." When I look at it as we're doing our part, right? Bringing solar panels, and I don't think it's a problem for my 20%. So I don't know how anybody else feels, but to me, it seems like we're bringing the school into the future.
Any other comments? I just think we need to be prepared for people saying no, they don't like this option. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't love that option.
Yeah.
But I think once we can look at the cost comparison from option 1 to 2, that will, again, help us make our decision. But like I feel like number 1 really impacts just the
Aesthetics.
whole look, the aesthetics of the school, and not necessarily the best way.
I, again, appreciate the feedback, because what I wouldn't want to put the board in and the people that we're asking for their opinion is that if the board felt so strongly that this shouldn't be an option, we shouldn't go out to them saying, we have 2 options for you, with this one or this one, and if it comes back strongly that this option is the preferred option, I wouldn't want to make it seem like to the community, oh, that was an option, when really it wasn't. So that's the reason that I want to make sure that it doesn't mean you have to decide. I'm not asking for you to decide tonight. I just wanted to make sure that I asked the question to give it to you for your consideration, because that is a possibility. When you give people 2 options, there could be a consensus or a coalition around an option that isn't really that viable. So,
and if you fix a price tag to each one, that's going to be very helpful.
Yeah.
that's exactly right. So we'll get into some of those facts and figures the next time we meet. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving right along to action item A, Educational Services, consideration of approval of the Arts Master Plan update. First read. So,
Thank you very much, President Dannenberg, Dr. Castro. Board, pleased to invite up Deidre Menares, Director of Secondary. I've been given the power to move. Okay. And just by way of introduction here, very pleased to bring this to the board after many months of hard work on the part of the committee that I'll have Deidre introduce. But just a quick note here, this was something that the board asked for us to embark on. We had the wonderful partnership with Sandy Seifert, professional facilitator in this regard. And so the goal here is to provide this update to the board for approval to guide future arts decision making. So Deidre, thank you for all your work in shepherding this. I was not a part of this process, but you were integral in it, so take it away.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Castro, board members, executive cabinet. Before I start, I do want to say a public thank you to my predecessor, Bobby Powers, who actually started this whole process. I got to come in just after halfway to help wrap it up. We're really excited to present this to you this evening. So thank you very much for the opportunity. The Strategic Planning Committee is made up of the people here you see in front of you. It's a combination of teachers, principals, community members, board members, and the original committee, it was a little larger, but this was the Strategic Planning Committee. We started way back in April, mid-April, where Bobby and I met with our facilitator, Sandy, to create the plan for collaboration. And we wrapped it up in July. You can see from this slide that there were several larger committee meetings to start with. The beginning of June, Sandy met with teachers virtually. About 20 visual and performing arts teachers got on the Zoom with Sandy and spent time with her. And then we went into our action planning, which was right about the end of the school year. Really difficult time to get people together, but they rallied and met with us in Zoom, and that's where Sandy was excellent in her facilitation and getting us to create the action plans. And then we wrapped it up in July, the latter part of July, with reviewing the plan, Sandy and I. And Sandy put all things together as our consultant and presented this final draft to us this evening. There are 8 vision elements in the plan that you should see throughout the strategic directions and within the entire plan itself, starting with equitable and empowered access for all, measurable and sustainable systems and infrastructure, collaborative and intentional instruction across all grade levels, TK through 12, visible and celebrated student learning, inclusive support and strategies, qualified coordinated arts instructors, invested and diverse family and community engagement, and locally supported career engagement. So those are the 8 vision elements that sort of drove the strategic planning. There are 3 strategic directions in the plan that you should see throughout. The first strategic direction is investing in quality arts education, and sort of has the meat of the plan. It is the heaviest of the strategic directions as far as actions are concerned. The second strategic direction is nurturing rich and impactful partnerships. And the third strategic direction is celebrating student expression. Throughout this plan, you should see actions designed around these 6 priorities, which include arts coordination, articulation map, TK through 12, hiring and engaging qualified staff, professional development, a district-wide arts calendar, and analyzing master schedules, specifically secondary, to optimize diverse art offerings. So that brings us to, let me know if I'm going too fast, the action plan itself. And strategic direction 1 is investing in quality arts education. Goal 1 in this strategic direction includes optimizing district structures and supports. So one of the primary discussions regularly throughout this action planning time was about coordination of our visual and performing arts and how we can strategize better, improve communication. So you'll see actions around those pieces. Optimizing arts offerings, developing site-specific arts plans, creating opportunities for students, elementary students to visit high school and middle school programs, but also each other's programs in secondary. We do this all the time in Ventura Unified. We always look at our facilities every year, but just looking at it through an arts lens now annually to review classroom spaces that we utilize for visual and performing arts. Maximizing our purchasing procedures. We have procedures in place and just making sure everybody knows how to use them. And I think your favorite is hearing from students here at the board, so getting our students in to share and highlight all of the things that they're doing regarding the arts. And so let's get some more student presentations here for our community. So that's goal 1 in strategic direction 1. Goal 2 is aligning differentiated and sequential arts outcomes. And that starts with really looking at the articulation in Ventura Unified. Where does it start in TK and where does it end? Creating grade level and course specific scopes and sequences. Offering annual school site level events that lead up to a district-wide event. One that comes to mind that's probably most recent is the beautiful art show at the Vita Art Center. That's an example of one of those in Ventura Unified. Goal 3, expanding access with exemplary instructors. So we want to identify and retain as many qualified visual and performing arts teachers, staff as we can in our district. And then goal 4 of strategic direction 1 is providing ongoing professional development and professional learning for the whole school community. So making sure that we are offering meaningful professional development for our teachers and staff as it relates to the arts, leveraging all of our existing people and our professionals to help support that professional development, and help our teachers seek outside conferences when necessary and get them engaged with state level and national level arts communities. So that was strategic level 1. Again, the heaviest of all the actions live in that strategic direction. Direction 2 is nurturing rich and impactful partnerships, directly aligning with our LCAP here, partnering with families. Implementing parent surveys to generate asset inventory of our communities. Who in our communities can support the arts that are in our district and in our school sites. Include arts parent representation at our LCAP meetings, as well as our school site based meetings, such as in our parent-teacher organizations, school site council, and ELAC. And then goal 2 in this strategic action is utilizing and leveraging our community arts resources. Partnering with our institutions of higher education to enhance the arts. So Ventura College and the VC college system is a good example of that. Leveraging our community partnerships for art displays, field trips, and class presentations. So within our own community, we have a very rich arts community, and leveraging those community partnerships and resources. And then create pathways to invite our local community artists to our schools and in our district. And then our final strategic action is about celebrating our students and what they're learning and what they are creating within their visual and performing arts classes. So creating a district arts calendar that is visible to not just our in-house people, but our community. Working with Marianne to maximize our communication and really strategize around our communication. Including arts updates in our monthly principals meetings and all of those other district level meetings, making sure that we have opportunities to showcase and or share information relating to the arts. There's a real passion to present to the board that our board adopts each March as Arts Education Month and creates the California Declaration around this. and of course, launching this plan once approved. And finally, goal 2 in the strategic direction 3, is highlighting our student learning. And so that's at all levels, TK through 12. Highlighting our music festivals and our musical programs at all of our sites. Initiating grad cords for our 4-year students. We do this in other areas. For our graduates, cords are recognition for achievement. They are very popular among students, and this would be a good opportunity to showcase our students who invested and committed themselves to 4 years of the arts. Highlight our district art show at Vita Arts Center, and maintain and enhance inclusion of arts at all of our school site events, including open house. In the actual plan, pages 15 through 18, you will see where these strategic actions line up with our LCAP goals. So that's a pretty good reflection. I know Sandy and I spent some time looking at that in our July meetings, making sure we were intentional in that alignment. The appendix is page 19 through 25 of this plan. This is where you will see practical discussions and notes from the committee. You'll see discussion of the strengths that we currently see in Ventura Unified, some of the challenges that were voiced and opportunities we see ahead. You'll see directly from the teachers from that Zoom group that Sandy did, the top 20 challenges from the teachers that they voiced. And then you should see, of course, the actions and brainstorming of the committee as a component in the appendix. And that, just to summarize, the committee hired Sandy to facilitate this work back in April. It aligns with the LCAP goals. The key focus areas includes initiatives for better coordination of the arts, investment in staffing for arts education, expanding offerings, and strengthening community partnerships to support diverse student expression. It does address the challenges that were discussed and were provided by the different stakeholder groups. And it does showcase Ventura Unified's commitment to art education. We have a strong history of valuing and appreciating and investing in the arts, and this plan continues to showcase that intention. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yep, thank you, Deidre. I just wanted to bookend this with a last comment about particularly the LCAP alignment, and later in this agenda you'll see how we're working to align our Prop 28 plans to this preliminary Arts Master Plan. So I think that that's something at the 30,000-foot level that this does. It provides direction. It provides us with the opportunity for alignment. So I'm really grateful for the work that you did, Deidre, and the expansive list of people who were involved, if I'm going to come back to it here, in addition to all the people that aren't listed here who were members of the various Zooms that provided input. So thank you once again for your work, that of the committees, and happy to answer questions if you have them.
Do we have any questions?
No, I just want to thank you for laying this out, and the committee. I mean, we appreciate all the time you put into this plan. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I will second what James says. Thank you. This was super helpful, and I love seeing the direct alignment with the LCAP, and just it just is very comprehensive. So thank you.
My question is just kind of like in the beginning, like is there a minimum? Like, can I say every middle school student is going to be access to this at a minimum, or is it always going to be whatever the principal direction is? So one school might go 100% and put everything into this, and one school might be at 50%, but they're still meeting the goal. Is there a minimum saying that every student at Ventura Unified School District is going to have access to this level of arts?
No, I don't think that's the purpose of this master plan. And I can touch on that a little bit more when I introduce the Prop 28 plans and not the Prop 28 plans, excuse me, the alignment between Prop 28 plans and this. This is more of a vision document. It's a touchstone for district staff, for principals to use to design their specific arts programs at their school based on their needs, based on the theme of their school, based on course requests from their students. So it is not prescriptive in providing a baseline.
So my concern is that we're going to create all these, within our schools, we're going to create a whole bunch of different programs where this school has access to this school has access to this, and there is no minimum where we can say every student is going to at least have access to this. So if this student leaves this school and goes to this school, we know what a minimum is. Like we're going to do this, and that's my concern, is that we're going to start creating different base levels of education in the Arts Master Plan or Prop 28 or whatever you want to call it. Is I just don't think that we're not going to have some baseline where we say every student is going to be offered this, and that's my concern.
Yeah, well, I'll jump in there. I think we all share that concern. So the Arts Master Plan isn't going to address that underlying issue, which is that but let's go above, to really answer your question, let's go above the school site level to like the district promise. What this Arts Master Plan does is reinforce a district promise that within the district, we have a baseline of attitudinal supports, like just looking, can you change to the vision elements real quickly? That regardless of which school you're in, regardless of which program and how many course requests there are or what the culture of that school is, it's an expectation that in 5 years from now, this is the way this is phrased, each of these elements is abundantly clear and evident regardless of what school you go to. Now, taking a step down from that, right now, we all have inherited an environment of school choice. And so part of the role that school choice plays is families get to go to schools that have exemplary programs. And then we also, what that creates is an environment where schools, even if they have, let's just say, an exemplary program, but there aren't enough students in the school to grow that program, and I'm going to use the term yet, because attendance patterns can change over time. At least in that moment in time, there is a promise that whatever arts and music programs are there will meet these standards, but we certainly can't dictate that depending upon the types of students that attend a particular school, the reason for that, we absolutely can't dictate that they will be able to have the same quality experience at one school as another. Especially if another school has had 10 or 15 years lead time to make that program exemplary. So you're absolutely right. This Arts Master Plan does not create what you're stating, because we also have other counter forces that move against that, one of the biggest being school choice. We give families the opportunity to move to schools that attract them for whatever reason that it attracts them. Sometimes, often, it is the arts and music programs, in particular at our secondary schools. Yeah, I know that's a dissatisfying answer, but I just wanted to press on it directly. There are some contradictions in place. Yeah.
I think like fluctuation in staffing is another hurdle. Yeah. But this is a first read, so we're just right. Okay. So
yeah. So this is a first read. Should the board want to take action, obviously you can. Coming into today, this is such a big step. We weren't expecting the board to take action because this is a broad conversation. But going back to the reason I wanted to address Trustees Peterson's critique on the dynamic that we're inheriting, even if we never adopt this Arts Master Plan, or let's say we adopt this Arts Master Plan a year from now, a year from now, we will still be wrestling with those same underlying issues, which is, one, the purpose and role of school choice in our district, which is why we have to be thinking about not just what each school offers, but what schools, elementary schools across our district offer.
Well, that's what I was saying. Is even though we have a school of choice, are we going to have a baseline saying, well, because if you take each one of these categories and you say, let's say qualified and coordinated arts instructors, right? We would never put anybody not qualified, would we? Like when you say the person that's going to be there is going to be qualified to teach whatever they're teaching, but I'm saying, like, if I'm sending my kid to an elementary school, I can say in Ventura Unified School District, everybody gets this at least. If someone's going to go above and beyond, of course we have that, right? We have that in every segment of any category of any job. Someone always does more. But shouldn't there be a base to say, well, at least we know everyone is going to have access to this caliber of arts or something? Or are we just going to leave it, it's just totally up to that site?
So before we go the ed services route, Gina, I want to talk to you about, there are multiple layers to this. So let's talk about qualified educators in specific roles. Before we get into the ed services, over the period of the last few years, we have been in the process, when I say we, I mean our HR department has been in the process of alignment of credentials and experience in teaching specific content areas. And we've done this very intentionally because the ramifications of moving through it very quickly can move people and places and livelihoods around very, very quickly. So Gina, can you talk about from a credentialing perspective, creating opportunities for matching credentials for the courses that are taught, the classes that are taught?
Yes, so when we delineate a class as a particular art focus, there's a credential aligned with that, depending on what the art focus is, and those in secondary. And those rules and regulations sometimes change, so that sometimes something that's included in a broad category, like potentially dance, that may be included in like a PE credential, then the commission changes their rules and regulations and then shifts, and it's no longer covered, and you need a separate single subject credential in that area. And so we always want to be in alignment with that, to ensure that our students are getting the most qualified educators.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Trustee Peterson and Board, I want to also bring up, and it's not reflected in this document, but we have our longstanding commitment in the parcel tax funded positions for the arts for our direct service full-time music TOSAs and art TOSA, and that's going to continue. So that is a part of the answer to what is baseline in elementary as foundational, that all students receive a minimum of music and arts instruction. So this is certainly giving us the ability to go above and beyond that, and I'll reference that more in the upcoming agenda item on Prop 28. But I do want to remind us all that there's that commitment. We had some retirements in that field, but nonetheless we've hired to maintain that baseline commitment for elementary arts and music.
And I'll just finish up this part of the conversation around that concept of qualified individuals. Given that enrollment across different schools looks different, part of the challenge of maintaining a level of quality individuals who've met that, what we'll say is that minimum threshold, is the assignment. And so having teachers be sharing across campuses and ensuring that it still works for the campus that has to split that person, that's also something that we've done and we continue to do despite the challenges of maintaining, because we do want our students to have, at a minimum, qualified personnel. And the degree to which Gina and the HR, we can have people in temporary assignments out of qualification, and we try to avoid that at all to the extent possible whenever we can. So there are lots of other ways to do that, but I just wanted to make sure we were approaching that quality educator. That in itself isn't, we don't see that as a big challenge or threshold, but there are many things that are in place to make sure that we're holding ourselves to as high as a bar as possible.
So I would like this to come back, just because, Sabrina was on that committee. Yeah, and I think it'd be appropriate.
Absolutely.
We have
Yeah,
some-
I agree. So with that, let's bring that back.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. We will bring it back. I do want to just, not that we can finish the conversation the trustee started, but wrestle with it. If, Greg, if you can go again back to that vision elements slide. When we bring this back, and whether we bring this back one time or 3 or 5 times, the staff will still be looking at the board to wrestle with this concept of how do we simultaneously create choice and honor choice across the district while creating a baseline of expectation that whoever does show up at a particular school, regardless of the histories and traditions of that school, we will have a commitment to these things. That's a fact. And so just wanted to make sure that we are in this dynamic, that we want to build strong programs, and building strong programs takes a commitment that starts here, but it certainly doesn't finish here.
And can you go back to the committee slide? Who's on the from us? Who's on the committee?
Sabrina.
Oh, so she was in when you guys did this. She was there at the.
She was not at the July meetings, but had attended the other ones.
How many meetings did you have?
1, 2, 3, 8.
Oh, these are all the.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions before we move on? Okay, let's move on to action item B, Human Resources. Request for approval of provisional interim permits, PIPs, and waivers. This is a first read. Ms. Wolowitz?
Thank you. This is a request to have 2 of our potential staff members approved for a PIP for a highly qualified, hard-to-fill position for 2 special education teachers.
Any questions by the board? If none, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Danenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Action item C, Business Services, request for contracts, approval of contracts exceeding $25,000, first read. Dr. Mirza, any comments?
No.
No. Any questions about any of these?
No.
Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Just real quick, I know that we were, if you could explain item 27 in regards to our new program and why we are going this route.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Peterson, for the question. So the
Forsythe.
Sorry, Trustee Forsythe. What we'll do is, since we're talking about 1, I actually want to talk about 2. So we'll talk about line 21, which is the AspiraNet services for co-ed's behavioral services. And then we'll also talk about line 27, which is the URSIS mental health services, because the juxtaposition between the 2 lead to a previous or next conversation. So do you want to take that, Greg?
Yeah, this is a perfect segue to the next Ed Services item. As we're building out the new department, we have these contracts there as safety nets in case we, for the timing of how we can bring people in. And these are not automatic expenditures. We could expend, these are caps, so we could expend $0 in both these 2 categories or up to the full amount. So we don't plan on using it. We're in the process of hiring and building out the department with the clinicians. But that's why you see this, those amounts on there just as a safety net, not to exceed amount as we work to develop the department.
Okay. So that's capped at 1.3, 1.4 as a safety net. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I think a key thing, when you said it's a not to exceed amount, so maybe if we had a reference for that, then that way, we're not thinking that we're automatically spending $1,300. It's just a not to exceed amount, and that way the board member will automatically know.
We could add that to the PO description. Just put.
It's also my understanding this is a safety net for the board's concern as we change programs, that we have a safety net for our students. So I think that's important to realize too. So, okay. Any other discussion or questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, now we'll move on to our conference agenda. Item A, presentation of model for Educational, Therapeutic, and Behavioral Services Department staff. Will present the model of the new department in the Educational Services Division, the Educational Therapeutic and Behavioral Services Department.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dannenberg. Very pleased to bring up our new director, freshly minted and introduced with the family. That was wonderful earlier. Katie McCarroll, who's been hard at work building out this new department. So, Katie, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you guys hear me, or is that okay? Good. I just sound normal on this side. All right. Well, good evening again, Board President Dr. Dannenberg, Board Trustees, and Dr. Castro. So I am honored to be able to present our plans to enhance our therapeutic and behavioral services to serve our families, students, and our school staff through a new model in hopes of addressing some of the challenges we've had in the past. As you can see here, we've created a visual to give you a better understanding and a way of comparing our previous model to our new model. In our previous model, as you can see to the left, we've contracted with agencies to provide our therapeutic and behavioral services to support our students. However, they provided the oversight over the clinicians, and then the clinicians gave direct service to the students. Depending upon the level of the therapeutic support, there was some family and school collaboration. However, as you can see on the comparison there was minimal to no school personnel collaboration or consultation. If you can now move over to the right side, within our new model, we are creating a system in which we replace the agency by hiring our own district clinicians to provide therapeutic and behavioral supports within a team-centered approach. So as you can see from the visual, our goal is for our clinicians to work collaboratively with families, school staff, which would include our teachers, administrators, psychologists, counselors, in order to meet the needs of our students. Thank you. So we're excited about developing this new model because we think we can overcome some of the challenges that we've outlined in the past. But just for reference, I'll highlight a few that we've experienced. So the documentation and compliance concerns. So with agencies, sometimes there's differences in documentation practices and understanding special education compliance, which ends up impacting student access to their services. The second one that I want to highlight is the limited flexibility and availability of agency clinicians. To no fault of their own, there's times when clinicians often have meetings and trainings organized by their agency during school hours, which impacts students accessing their services. So now here's how we plan for our new model to work and to be effective based on our own experience of hiring our own clinicians. So the first one there, you see enhanced communication and collaboration. So clinicians will have direct communication amongst school staff, which will ensure timely sharing of important information, such as, I'll give you some examples like mental health crisis calls, re-entry, meetings after a psychiatric hospitalization, suspensions, behavior updates. Those are some of the things that they'll be able to know firsthand and have that information in comparison to what they had in the past. They'll be able to provide support in the following areas: assist with safety planning with school staff and families. When on site, assist with suicide risk assessments, attend IEP meetings. They'll be able to attend all those meetings, partner with counselors and administration for student-parent meetings, and when appropriate, they can also attend suspension re-entry meetings. The other area is consistency and continuity. They will allow students to build trust and long-term relationships with clinicians. And then, of course, the tailored interventions, which would be able to adapt interventions as students progress and circumstances change. One of the big things that I like to outline is direct oversight. So the district will have complete oversight over all facets of therapeutic and supports, which include hiring, clinician assignments, caseload management, assessment procedures, and availability and accessibility of clinical staff. And of course, the performance monitoring, direct employment will allow for better monitoring and evaluation of clinicians' performance, ensuring accountability and continuous improvement. And then with the feedback, regular feedback from students, staff, and parents can be more easily integrated into practice, leading to more responsive and effective counseling services. Some of our expected outcomes will be to enhance our therapeutic services with the expectation of increasing the academic success of students as well as their overall well-being. In addition, we hope to enhance our school support to make a positive impact on not only our students, but staff and school community. We also plan on continuing to look at building a sustainable funding model through increased cost recovery. So we've asked Henry Felix Sierra, one of our district social workers, to share her own experience between working for an agency as a school-based clinician to now working directly as a district employee. Thank you.
So nerve-wracking here, my first. But I originally or initially come from an outside agency as a school-based clinician within the county. And I was there for about 13 years, and I was actually embedded in the program. So what was nice about it is you built the relationships with admin, the teachers, the families, and the multiple outside agencies that would come on campus to service the students. It worked, but after a while, and you know, every now and then with certain circumstances, there was always a rift would develop, because it was, at the end of the day, it would be them versus us, county versus school. So as I came over to VUSD, I've been here since pretty much the initial conception of the program, 2.5 years. And I love it. I'm very happy that I'm here. So we first started with just a couple of us. We've added a few to our team. We're hoping to add more to service more of the students. For the last 2 years, we've had 4 for the whole entire district. Which was a little difficult. We didn't get to spend as much time as we would like on different campuses, and then the traveling back and forth. But basically, from day one, we are just working on building relationships with staff, with wellness counselors, with guidance counselors, with admin, families, students, and it's a daily work in progress. So a lot of education. Education as far as like the mental health world within the school districts, and what's the difference between like a school-based clinician and a clinician from the county. So lots of education, and as we continuously each year get new teachers, new counselors, we're just still continuing with the education. And we really are focusing on building a culture of the mental health school-based world, and just letting everyone know that we're all here as a team, all of us, in every school, in every capacity. We're here as a team just to help wrap around services around the students and the families. But the main key thing for, I think, us clinicians is that if we don't have the relationship and we don't have the trust of our students and their family, then none of the services will really take off. So I know now of the few individuals that are actually hired and have been working the last few years. They're very happy people. They are happy to be with VUSD compared to where they came from, and everybody's excited in building the program and developing new interventions and relationships and whatnot. So, any other questions?
My question was for Katie.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So, another, we talk about a lot of stuff in the direction that the board wants to go, and one is getting input from the community, but also another direction was that when we make decisions, we like to know how the decision is doing when we made it, and like kind of a reporting back. And I've always been of the mindset of if someone else can do it, we can do it. Like, I think we can always do it better if we bring it in-house. You have a cost savings for that. You control everything. So since we're making this jump, when do you think will be our first, when can we get our first report back and says, hey, we did this and this is what happened. This is what we did. This is what we saved. This is what better, or this is what we need to work on. What kind of timeline does that look like, you think?
Well, okay, sure.
Or should it be Neil? Should I ask?
No, I was just, you know, overall, I think that when we're looking at timelines, I mean, I guess it would just be dependent upon what exactly that we're looking, but we definitely are looking at models to be able to have some information to guide where we are and where we plan to be in the future. And so I know that we're continuing to work on what that looks like. We're continuing to look at models to get feedback from our community, from our parents, from our teachers, from our students on what that looks like. So.
Yeah, Trustee Peterson, I was going to offer that some of the timeline depends upon how fast we're able to build out the department in terms of our hiring processes. So I think that everything, Katie, you said is absolutely true. We're trying to develop metrics, knowing that's an area of priority for the board so that we can report on the progress that we're making and how effective we think we're being. But that all has to be in relation to how quickly we're able to build out this department and hiring the clinicians. So I think we could easily say mid-year we can give you an update on where we're at with hiring, how much of the department has been built out, and what kind of early signs we think we're getting. I think two of the things that were said, Henry, you mentioned culture and team, and those are sometimes difficult things to measure. They have important impacts on all the metrics that we care deeply about. But I think we can provide some preliminary feedback for you on, okay, this is how many risk assessments we now have a professional clinician involved in, where we didn't have that in the past. This is how many staff trainings where we have now professional clinicians involved, where in the past we didn't have that. So I think that we can do that.
Yeah, I think that would be great, because you know, when you make big decisions like this, you want to know, was it the right decision? Did we do it too fast? Did we do it too slow? So we did this like 3 years ago, because if this is successful, right, there's probably other things that we can do, you know, also. So you know, if a mid-year would be fine with me. I don't know what the rest of the board, if they want it sooner or later, but mid-year seems good to me, so that we just know we started here and now we've hired this many, and just like you said, kind of a report of our direct action, and this is what we've done since we did this action. So
yeah, and I can commit to having that be just an addendum or a part of our mid-year LCAP report, so that you see it and that we continue to see it as a part of the overall plan for the district. It's connected to absolutely goal number 2, positive learning environments. And we're working on enhancing our culture for student well-being, so that we get goal number 1, which is our academic achievement. So I think we can have it be a part of that presentation.
Thank you.
Quick question on the caseload management. So that was one of the challenges we have with the contracted supports, right? I guess my question is, how many clinicians do we have going into fall, and what is typically their caseload size?
Sure. So when you're asking, so it's twofold, right? So currently we have 5 clinicians that we've hired under special ed, under our department, excuse me. And so moving forward, we're continuing to hire. We've done some interviews today. We have interviews next week. And I just want to say that I'm super excited, and again, about how much feedback and phone calls I've received every day from clinicians and other people around the community about, you know, how can we get an interview? What's the process? What does that look like? And so that's very encouraging. So I know that it's just going to be a matter of time before we're fully staffed. we're continuing to have the agencies as we talked about earlier. And so what that looks like in regards to how many their caseload, it runs around 25 to 30 students. We are changing our model of what it looked like previously, because with the agencies that we've had, they were separate. So we had like school-based clinicians, we had IRSs, we had, it was all everywhere, right? But now we're one department. Now we're one family, as I like to say it, and so we're sharing the wealth. And so what that means is it's not going to be just one clinician having only high-level, cases. They're going to be able to have, all levels where it's more equitable for them.
Okay.
And so that's a big change and a big shift, but it's a shift that I'm looking forward to, and I think that the clinicians would appreciate that.
Yeah, as most I'm a special ed, so.
Yeah.
And also, this program is making it around the county. I got some people asking me about it, so that's a good thing. But I guess that the caseload, as the caseload increases for a clinician or for a teacher for anything, that's when things kind of slip, right?
Correct.
Through the cracks. And I just, and I appreciate that in getting some kind of number, and that I just want to kind of reassure the public that, we are using we are still contracting out when the need, right? But we are being effective with our current conditions and caseload. Okay, thank you.
The question I would have, if you've hired 5, when you're all done hiring, how many clinicians are you going to have under your supervision?
I believe 16.
16?
16.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And for the record, I think you guys are going to be successful. So I don't want you to think I'm want to reporting back because I think it's going to fail. I think this is a great decision, and I'm happy I'm part of this decision. And the reason why I want to know is so that I can say, yeah, I was part of that when we saved this. And,
Right.
So don't think I don't want you to be successful. I do, because I think this was like one of those district changing points where we're going to say, remember when we did this? Like, this was the best thing that we did for our students. I think this is going to be one of them.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I think that feedback's important, just not only for us, but for the public.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of, as you heard, we got emails and communication that there's a lot of apprehension. So, that's going to be phenomenal to come back and say this is where we're succeeding, and this is where we're kind of have some challenges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm just really excited to see how this is actually going to impact the students, because I feel like having that consistency and that continuity with, seeing the same face and, having our students be able to build, a relationship and have a connection actually with that person is going to be so impactful for them. And I'm curious to see how it's going to cross over into, attendance and just all the other things that it could impact with them. So that's what I'm curious to see, our mid-year kind of how this is actually affecting them, because I think it's going to be so great. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do I continue, or?
We do have 2 slides left.
Yeah.
Okay. And if I could just interject real quickly, I love that we'll have this mid-year report, but I also don't want to bypass some of the things that we've heard, and I want to contextualize them. First, I appreciate the mutual respect that we're showing our agency partners, because we face similar challenges and we also have similar aspirations. One of those challenges is just that hiring process that the county has to go through is a really arduous, lengthy process, and by no fault of the agencies themselves, there's a long process when you have to replace clinicians. Not to say that we don't have our own processes, and sometimes those don't take time, but the fact that we own that process, it means a lot, because we already heard from one of our social workers that from a retention perspective, working for a school district helps us retain those individuals. And so I don't want to jump over the fact that we've already had some really important successful successes, some initial successes, and we can continue to build on what we've experienced. So that's one, and I think you're going to talk about several others through the implementation process right now too. So I'll hand that back over to you.
Thank you. So we've outlined our proposed strategy for implementation as we talked about our hiring process. You know, we have criteria for selecting qualified clinicians. And so one of the big things is like, we're not looking for quantity, we're looking for quality, right? And that's important. Our focus is on hiring qualified personnel, focus on training and compliance, using best practices on how best to integrate clinicians within the school setting and culture, and of course working on future presentations and teaching opportunities for all partners. And then here we have the monitoring and evaluating our practices while being flexible and open to pivoting when needed. And then if we can move on to our, oh, that's okay. As we continue to build our department, we're going to continue exploring cost recovery efforts, evaluate our viability in respect to hiring, quality, and structure, in addition to Ventura Unified's version of the current COETS model within our new department model, and of course continuing to hire and build department protocols and structures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie, and Henry, thank you very much. Maria and Neil?
Yes.
If there's any lingering questions, or perhaps that was our bookend to that agenda?
If not, we thank you very much for a nice report.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay, item number 2, update on secondary student cell phone and earbud policies and enforcement.
Thank you very much, Dr. Danberg. Pleased to bring this back to you after a year of having implemented it, and I'll just, I don't want to bury the lead. We had a very successful year last year. Certainly it wasn't perfect, but I'll just offer that it was about as near perfect as it gets. If the metric of success is how many points of real tension elevated up to the district level on this issue, it was a total of 0 for the year. So I think the board's support, certainly parent support, and I'll remind the board and the public about how we got to this. It does speak to the fact that this is something that we have all locked arms on, and we believe it is really important to protect the sacredness of the learning environment throughout our K-12 system. So this is, again, we're launching into our second year of just being much more explicit and clear about our expectations. Now, to be fair, these expectations aren't necessarily new. They weren't new last year. We're just being far more overt and systematic about how we communicate them to our students and how we help support teachers with signage, with disciplinary processes, etc. So just as a reminder, last year we had a directive in working with our associations to make some progress in this area, both for in support of teachers trying to teach, but also in support of students who are trying to learn, again, protecting the sacredness of that environment. And so we had a really excellent dialogue with our association partners about how to move forward in this area. And so I didn't reflect that in my opening comment. I want to make sure I do that. It's not just board and parents and school system, but even our associations provided a great deal of input and support in this. We, as you probably are aware, the number of news reports and research coming out on cell phones and the number of districts and states and countries that are banning cell phones in the classroom have only increased in this past year. And certainly some big districts in our own state have launched into a very strict cell phone policy. So we feel like we're in really good company. And again, it's aligned to our board goals, our LCAP goals about positive learning environments, goal number 2, and higher academic achievement, goal number 1. We have board policy on this already, and just to drill down a little bit further, school site rules by grade band. And I'm really grateful that I got a chance to speak with Dr. Laurel Dawes about how these rules are translated into our ELOP programs after school. So in middle school, and there's a little bit of a difference between elementary, middle, and high school. So no cell phones are allowed out and on campus. Excuse me, no cell phones are out and allowed during the school day in elementary and middle school, but in that transition from the end of the instructional day to the start of the extended instructional day in the ELOP program, there's about a 15-minute window that Dr. Dawes reports that they allow students to check their cell phones as everyone's moving off campus and some students stay. So I think that's a nice accommodation and adjustment. And in the high school, the expectation is that during the instructional minutes in classrooms, all cell phones are off and put away at all times. And that's not independent of, or that's not, excuse me, dependent on teachers. It's independent of teachers. It is school district rules across the board. So again, the goals here, again, I mentioned this before, but we're really trying to optimize the teaching and learning environment. We're trying to decrease distractions and conflicts. And just as a small caveat, I read a recent research study on not just students that use cell phones in classrooms causing distractions and decreasing their learning, but it also causes almost an equal amount of distraction and decreased learning for students that are not on their cell phones but are near someone using a cell phone. So this is about a culture of learning broadly, not just for specific students. So again, we are the messaging. We have some posters that are up in every room. That's another expectation in secondary, that there'll be at least one poster up in every room communicating that expectation. And part of the procedure too, the recommended procedure in secondary, is to welcome students into the classroom and to say, hey, last check on your cell phones in high school when they're allowed to have them out at passing periods and snack and lunch, is one last check, okay, now put them away. It's not once they cross the threshold. It's really about respect and about creating, leveraging the positive relationships you have with students in order to ensure a positive learning environment. So here are a couple of the posters that were made by some of our arts teachers last year that are up. And again, this is the overall timeline, lay of the land. Just as a reminder, we engaged with parent groups on this in the spring of 2023. We made signage. We worked with our student support services team to develop a tiered behavioral intervention plan that we do have, that all principals have and have had a year of practice implementing. And it's all this communication is also in student handbooks now. It's being presented on PowerPoints back to school nights for parents. So it really is kind of a full, comprehensive saturation communication campaign. So pleased to again report successful implementation last year, and we are going to continue to do that. So that is the update. Happy that we had a very successful year, hoping that we can even improve in the areas that we think we had a little areas of inconsistency that we can improve upon. But again, I'm just extremely pleased by the support from our administrative teams, our counselors, our teachers, all of our classified that are enforcing this as well during snack and lunch and passing at certain grade level bands. So a successful year and onward. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions by the board?
It sounds like the initiative's going well. And you brought it up that the state and a lot of counties are going with a no cell phone ban. Is this something that is successful in those counties? Is that something that we're going to revisit and have that conversation again? Or do you think this policy is suitable enough as so far?
Well, I think to answer the question directly, so far, yeah, it's working. I do want to go back to what Dr. Bayless had identified on one of the slides about the role of our involvement with parents. Dr. Dannenberg sits and comes to our PAC meetings. One of the things that without the state saying there is a statewide cell phone ban, short of that, one of the things that our parents were really clear on is making sure that they are supportive of this to the extent that they feel like they can get a hold of their students during an emergency. And that was one of the things that I don't think it's so far as to say it's a non-negotiable, but it certainly was one of those things that brought down the temperature in the room with the parents when they knew that our intention wasn't to forbid their students from being able to access them or vice versa during an emergency. So that's the one place where I see, if for some reason there was a statewide ban, obviously we have to comply if there is a change in law or ed code. But short of that, I still think that there would be a level of engagement with our families to reestablish whatever norms or expectations around access related to emergencies.
Thank you.
Well, I was just at a conference, which I'll report on later when it's time, but this was the table talks of every break, because a major school district is getting ready to do a band. And at this conference, we actually had districts international, like the nation. So we had some school districts that tried it, and surprisingly, almost every school that tried it, it was the parents that gave the most pushback, right? They were like, well, I can't get a hold of my student. It wasn't really the students, it was the parents. So everyone is looking at now this large district ban to see, how it works, because I think it's going to change a lot. But it was interesting to see that most school districts, when they talk about it, it wasn't the students that were complaining the most. It was, the parents. And some of the states, there have been some catastrophic stuff happen, in their school district, which is understandable why the parents want to be able to reach it. But I thought it was very interesting that almost everybody was saying that it was the pushback was coming from the parents and not the students. The students were pretty much falling in line, but it was the parents who were. So it's good. It seems like our district, we're not really having that big of a problem. But that's good.
Any other questions? If not, we'll move on to the annual update on secondary independent study.
All right, pleased to give you a break from me talking and to introduce Hector Guerrero, principal of both Homestead and El Camino, along with Director of Secondary, Deidre Menares.
And joining us this evening will be Vicki Yasenchuk. Did I say it right? Oh, close. Having a name that's difficult, I will get better. I understand completely. Thank you for welcoming me back. This evening we have our annual update on Board Policy 6158, Independent Study. First up will be our long-term independent study programs with Hector. Here we go.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. Dr. Castro, Board President, Dr. Dannenberg, trustees. Hope you had a good summer, ready to go, right? Another school year. It's my pleasure to provide you an update on our independent study programs here at Ventura Unified School District. I have the fortunate ability to be the principal of both Homestead K-8 and El Camino High School at Ventura College. One of the things that you need to know about independent study is a lot of questions always come up on how is attendance generated, how is that calculated, and one of the updates that we want to provide you so that you have some clarity on that is that all of our attendance is not based on actual physical attendance on the campus. Yes, our students do attend multiple times per week on campus, but all of our attendance, our ADA, is generated off of work completion. So for every 4 hours of work completion is about the equivalent of 1 day of attendance. So at both Homestead and El Camino and some of our other programs like Flex and so on, we require about a minimum of 20 hours of 20 hours of work completion per week as well. For independent study, one of the requirements from the state of California is that every student has to have a master agreement that is signed and in place prior to the commencement of independent study. So at our schools, we sit down in a meeting that is one-to-one with the parents, the teachers, sometimes involving the counselor, and definitely the students, where we talk about what is the plan. How are we going to get to the student to where we want them to be towards the end of the year? In the K-8 program, obviously that looks very different than the high school program, but we're talking about how are we going to work through math, through English language arts, the elective classes. And in high school, it's looking at the credits. How are we going to achieve that? What supports are you going to have in place? If there is a problem, who are you going to turn to? In all of the programs, it's how is the teacher expected to communicate with the parents? I will tell you at El Camino, there's an expectation that, and at Homestead, that teachers communicate with every single one of their students and their parents at least once every 2 weeks as an update of how it is that the student is performing or if they're falling behind on their independent study coursework. So there's a lot to the master agreement. It's actually a very lengthy legal document that is required. At El Camino, that is signed once every semester, and at the Homestead K-8 level, it's once per year. It goes on. No independent study master agreement can go beyond the extent of 1 year. It has to be redone at least once a year. So a little bit about Homestead. Last year we had 62 students total, 28 in the K-5 area and 34 in 6th through 8th grade. We have 3 incredible teachers, 2 Melissas, 1 Carrie Lynn Peterkin, a .2 counselor that works on Homestead's campus once a week. Myself, as the administrator, shared with El Camino High School, and a 1.8 support staff. So we use Tara Shrum, who I'm sure a lot of you know, who is the office manager at El Camino. She's also the office manager at Homestead. And we have a 6-hour individual who also is wonderful, Denise Serda, who supports Homestead. Our enrollment at Homestead for the grades K through 5 is done on site. Families contact us, they have a meeting with us, we discuss the program with them, we kind of go through the pros and the cons, try to see if it's a really good fit for them, and then the decision is made. If the parent wants to continue, we enroll the student, we give them the opportunity. There's no door or anything that prevents them from saying, no, you can't come into independent study. In grades 6 through 8, there is a process that goes through the Middle School Alternative Placement Committee. It used to be run by Deidre. Now I believe it's going to be Mr. Gibbs who's going to be doing that, and we discuss every student. We look at what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, what supports is the student going to need. We look at the grades, we look at the behavior, we look at the student as a whole, multiple things. And there is no set, like, this is the formula of what an independent study student looks like. Based off of what the availability is on the campus, and we have plenty of room at Homestead, we then determine if the student is provided the opportunity to continue their education through independent study in those middle school years. The master agreement, like I said, is done once a year, and we have multiple in-person opportunities. At Homestead, there is a weekly class acts, which provides enrichment and academic in person for the students every single week on Wednesday. So moving on a little bit, this is some of our CASP results from the 2022-2023 school year. Kind of giving you a little bit of a, I had it right here, which was more easier for me to look at. Some growths in our program that I'm really proud of. At Homestead for English Language Arts, there was a 7% increase from 46.3% to 53.34% standards met and exceeded in our English Language Arts program. And you can see the comparison there towards with the rest of our schools here in Ventura Unified in the state of California. Overall, in English Language Arts, we seem to be on par with the rest of the district and the state. In math, we had some difficulties, sorry. But we have also posted some growth, and I'm really proud of the team and the students there at Homestead with a 7.5% increase as well from one year to another on our CASP results.
Got a quick question on the math. So what are some of the, it's an interesting discrepancy between, in the math section. What some of the challenges are you facing?
It's an independent study. We don't get to see the student as often, so some of the things that we've been implementing to try to improve on this area is focusing, like in that class act, always ensuring that there's typically at least every other week some kind of math in-person structure program in place for all of the students. Also, our middle school teacher is a math aficionado, absolutely loves it, provides an opportunity for students multiple times a week where they come in and they just sit there in class to learn math with her on a one-to-one basis. We have provided tutors from El Camino, some really strong high school students who come in 1 to 2 times a week to Homestead as well to tutor our students in math. So there's multiple ways in which we're trying to target that, but it is a difficult thing when you don't see the students 5 days a week on a consistent schedule.
With the CASP, do you bring them in?
I'm sorry.
To perform the CASP, do you do it
yes,
at home, or do you bring them
in person?
Okay. Yeah, 62 students. Only takes one just to click
the
thing to affect your your average there.
We
Okay.
know.
Yeah.
Trying to get them in person to take the exam can be challenging, but we do get them in.
Okay, thank you.
Quick look at our dashboard as well and where we're at. The chronic absenteeism is a really difficult one with independent study, as our attendance again is based off of work completion hours, and the way we have to structure a 10-day window to be able to determine the amount of work, the amount of hours that are being awarded to the student as well, and getting that reported in. But there is a lot of students who fall behind, and therefore we start what's called a re-engagement process to try to get the student back on track. It is one of our areas that we're looking at Homestead.
Real
Of
quick,
course.
do you have students with IEPs in Homestead? Is that
Yes,
part of the process?
absolutely.
Okay.
Both
How many do you
at
have?
Homestead and at El Camino. I can't tell you off the top of my head. It is minimal. At Homestead, I want to say it's probably like 3 or 4 students that have them. And most of the services, most of them are on consult, but when they do need a service, that service is provided by the Boundary School in collaboration with us.
Understood. Thank you.
What services do you have for your English learners?
So our program, we use our district adopted curriculum for that, and we work closely with our TOSAs as well to be able to provide differentiation. But our English learner population is a small one compared. I mean, 7.9 you can think of as a really large number. In reality, that is indicative of like 1 or 2 students. And so they work closely on that one-to-one individual basis with the teacher to really provide that support. And so we tailor the curriculum for them to be appropriate to their needs and to their level that we have. And so at Homestead, I believe it is actually 2 students.
And because we have multiple languages, are these Spanish speakers or are they
These are
some other
Spanish
language?
speaking.
Spanish speakers,
Yeah.
thank you.
El Camino has 224 students, at least by the time we ended last school year. We do have 7 staff members, 1.8 counselors. We do share that other 0.2 with Homestead. A CTE teacher over at CAPS, support staff of 2, and myself. Our enrollment is through the High School Alternative Placement Committee, which meets every Thursday. The committee takes in referrals from all of the schools here in our district for families who are looking for independent study as an option or to be able to get into the middle college program. Again, like similar to the Middle School Alternative Placement Committee, we look at the student as a whole. What are the needs? Even if the grades perhaps aren't necessarily where they should be, if it's a student that's struggling, we're also going to look at things like what are the health concerns that are there? Do we need to provide independent study for the student? So there's multiple factors that weigh into whether or not a student is admitted into the program. Again, the master agreement is completed once every semester. We do have a 98% graduation rate. I know that that looks a little different on the dashboard, but based off of the number of the students we have, it was a 98%. And multiple in-person opportunities. We have weekly one-to-one meetings with the students. We have a 9th grade AVID that was just established 2 years ago, and that meets in person once a week for an hour and a half. AP honors and honors courses that meet in person. Our ECTV is in person. Our math tutoring is in person. Our math support classes. Our college and career center is open multiple times during the week. It is easy to see students at El Camino that are enrolled there that you would think you would only see them 1 time a week. And yes, there are some students that are just 1 time a week, but most of them you will see 3 to 4 times a week for different periods of time as they come into the campus. Really proud of our academic achievement, especially some of our middle college data that we have. All of our students last year attempted 761 dual enrollment courses for a total of 6,342 credits that were attempted. Of those, our students achieved 90% of them, 5,747 credits total. And there's the distribution of the grades. So you will see the vast majority of them were easily A's and B's, and this is at the college classes, dual enrollment courses that they were taking. I will say we do have some students that struggle. Typically it's in the math area, and that is why our school in the last 2 years has really taken a deep dive into our math supports, because we know that our students are taking the classes at the college. And so how are we going to support their learning at the college on campus with us, because we're partners as well. So we created a math support in-person classes. We have tutoring. Last year we had tutoring 4 days a week available for all of the different levels. So it's one of the areas that we're focusing on strongly.
And you have special education students
I
in
do.
our community as well.
Multiple.
And how do you support those students in those college classes?
We,
typically?
the same way we support all of our students, but we also partner with their boundary schools as well. The vast majority of our students who are in special education or who have an IEP are typically more students who have like counseling, consult, they're being monitored. This year I worked closely with Dr. Vega Manriquez and our special education department. We've expanded that opportunity, and now students who are in need of supports in English and math, for example, we're going to be partnering with their boundary schools so that they can continue to get their services, but everything else they will be able to get at El Camino, and that is something that has never happened before. This is the first year of implementation for that.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Similar to with Homestead, our CASP scores, taking a quick look at it, El Camino had about a 87%. It met and exceeded on our English language arts, really high, really proud of the work that they do. Math, like everyone else, I think in the state, is an area of focus, but also very impressed with the growth that we made. We grew from about 31% prior year to 40, and I'm guessing because I don't have the number with me, I could do a quick add, I think it's like 44% total, met and exceeded the standards in math.
And if you don't mind me hopping in, Hector, in transition to this next slide. First of all, you can see these are 2023 data. We're in the process of looking at 2024 preliminary data and dashboard data for the 2023-24 school year will be coming out sometime in October. So again, this is a year ago. But in transition to this slide, I just wanted to touch on the graduation rate. 98% graduation rate at El Camino. It's not reflected in the graduation rate on the dashboard. I think we discussed last year we had a problem with our data. We have many students that graduate and fulfill their graduation requirements in the summer after their senior year. They're short 5 credits, maybe 10 credits. And those were not calculated as our fault as a result of a data error. So that's why there's a discrepancy there between an orange graduation rate and what we have as a true graduation rate of 98% for last year. So I wanted to speak to that before you got it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that orange color is indicative of what the state saw as a drop, I think, to 89% graduation rate, but in reality, we are in those mid 90%.
I had a question on the grade slide. If you go, I think it's 2 slides back. And here, this is on what courses? In math courses too?
Yes, this is everything.
How does that, so there was no D's and F, but we
No.
didn't pass the math, only 1.7%? Is that why I'm reading it? If you go to the next slide?
Yeah, so if your question is how can every student be passing math and not every student be passing on CASP?
Not even close to it.
Right, not even meeting the standard. I'll offer my perspective, and then Hector, you can offer yours. First, if students are taking math courses at the college, that's not in perfect alignment all the time with what's happening in our curriculum. We have an integrated math curriculum, and it's so there might be a disconnect between what they're doing at the college level and the CASP test. I think that's a small piece. Most important, as with anything in high school, motivating an 11th grader to sit and take a test that, in their view, doesn't necessarily have any impact on their life can be a challenge sometimes. So there is always that issue that we deal with, particularly in secondary, where the results are confounded by motivation to take the test and to power through the test and to do well. So, Hector?
I appreciate that. And if we can go back one slide. So if you see at the top the dual enrollment courses, our main focus, easily, and I'm giving a ballpark on this, it's not an exact figure, 95% of our students do all of their math classes at Ventura College. And so you will see there multiple D's and F's. Those are often reflective of what those math classes are, which is why we're focusing on the math support classes and the tutoring support programs that we have on campus. So the top row does have some failures, some D's and some F's and some withdrawals and early excused withdrawals and non-pass grades, often relate to not 100% the math courses, but we look at it that way. It correlates to that. If you look at the bottom one, those are all of the courses that the students are taking at El Camino. So this is their English, their science, their social science. Yes, they can also take those at the college level as well, but the vast majority of those courses are taken with El Camino teachers, guided by El Camino teachers on the El Camino campus. And so we are a program that we strive for 70% minimum on everything, all of our students. If you don't pass your tests, if you are struggling, we're going to keep reworking until you are able to meet the minimum threshold to continue into the program. And so that's why you don't see any D's or F's in our courses that are monitored and guided by our El Camino teachers. It's mainly at the college where we don't have that control, where we don't have the ability to know until oftentimes the end of the semester, because their progress is not always shared by the college to let us know that they're struggling in a certain course. It's often at the end of the semester that we find out, okay, you failed a course, now let's come up with another plan to support you.
Yeah, I just think that's something that, you know, we should look at. 1.7 is, regardless of how it happens, I think that's something that we need to look at. That's just, it just stands off the, you know, it just stands off the page. Whether our partner is not doing what we think they're doing, or something is wrong, you know, when it's 1.30.
Yeah. And I think, again, it connects very much to what Dr. Bayless was saying. It is the different type, the way I explain it to parents oftentimes is it's a different math view and a math program. We do the integrated, we focus on integrated math here through Ventura Unified. A lot of the CASP test is mainly developed and created for what most of the high school programs are throughout the state of California. Our math is more of your traditional program. Our students at Ventura College are going through your algebra, they're going through geometry, they're going through the second level of algebra or algebra 2. They're going through pretty much math when I was young, you know, that type of math, which isn't the kind of math or what is necessarily focused on or tested on the CASP test. So it does look different. Math is math, and the students have the skills and they're going to be successful, and we have seen some incredible growth. Like our kids have grown significantly. At El Camino, we grew, I want to say it was 12 to 14% from one year to another in our math met and exceeded. But there are multiple factors like those that kind of keep us from really, not prevent us from making progress, but just make the progress a little more challenging.
Well, from my perspective, this is our report card, right? Like we're going back on, circling back on where we can improve, and I'm just, regardless, I'm sure there's a factor. 1.3, I think we just need to look at that, regardless of what we need to do and why it happened. Like, to me, that just seems extremely low for whatever reason.
I'm trying to understand exactly where you see the 1.3 and what you're going to.
Standard not met.
Yeah, standard not met. Am I reading it backwards?
Oh, sorry. So you are.
So
that's 1.3 of our students did not meet the standard.
Oh, okay, I'm reading it wrong then.
Yes, actually,
I'm glad
so
I'm
it's
reading
the
it
other
wrong.
way around.
And that's
the math standard.
Yeah, that's
That's the math
ELA.
standard.
And forgive me, it's probably my fault because when I rephrased.
Yeah, because
when I rephrased your question, I thought you were talking about.
I did too.
No D's and F's.
Well, that's what I was looking at. I was looking at no D's and F's, and then I thought that we only have 1.3 met, and I'm like, how is that possible? But
yeah,
I'm
it's actually the opposite.
It's the opposite way.
And that's for English language arts.
Yeah.
Good job, because that's why I was kind of being crass. I was like, you don't think 1.3 is bad? So I'm reading it wrong.
If we look at it, it's actually on the bottom graph. It's the blue and the green are students who met the standard. So it's the 24.68 and the 20.78. Those two combined, the blue is exceeded, the green is met. The yellow is the nearly met. 33% of the students were nearly there, and we did have in math a 20.78% who didn't make it.
And I'll just offer, because I've been busy looking at preliminary CASP data, on that top graph, the ELA graph, El Camino probably has, in our district, the single lowest standard not met level for English language arts.
Okay, because I'm just reading it totally wrong then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then for math, the second graph, El Camino has a significantly lower standard not met level for math than what is average for our district and average for the state. So in both cases, El Camino tends to be a very high-performing place, despite the fact that there are some disconnects that we talked about between the curriculum and the scope and sequence at the college level for math compared to.
I'm glad we cleared that up because I was about
Yeah.
to have a problem.
I'm glad you asked.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So with the El Camino student, they take one class at the school, and then they take the rest at the college. Is that how it works?
No, so it
The
is
other way
a
around.
minimum of one college class that we ask for the students. There
college
are
class.
exceptions, and everything else is done at the high school.
And they typically take that one college class minimum, I guess, with math, right? Or
A
that's-
lot of our freshmen, that's what they'll end up taking, freshmen and sophomores, because they're trying to get their math requirements completed.
Mhm.
And so most of our students, all of our freshmen, for example, starting off this school year, are going to start in Math VO1, which is the elementary algebra level class at the
Okay.
college.
Okay, thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. And now, home hospital.
Good evening, everyone. I'm just very excited to share with you about our home and hospital instructional program that we have. So in California state law does afford that all students are who are enrolled in a public school have access to a home hospital instructional program if they have a temporary disability. And that disability prohibits them from being able to attend school, or it's not advisable from a medical doctor for them to attend school on a daily basis. So the reason that we want to offer this home hospital program is we want to make sure that those students that are recovering from some type of temporary disability, that they don't have any type of learning loss, and that they are able to maintain their academic performance, and that when they do go back into school, that we haven't jeopardized that, and they can pick up right where they left off when they're able to go back into school. To be eligible, it is the primary responsibility of the parent or guardian to notify the district of their student's temporary disability, and then we have 5 days to determine if it's appropriate placement for the student. And in order to make that determination, we do need a physician's written note that does describe what the temporary disability is and why it prohibits them from being in school. And then if we do find that the student is eligible, then we are able to offer them 5 hours a week of instruction, direct instruction with a credentialed teacher. And each of those hours counts as a day of attendance. And then also when they are on it, if they are on the home hospital instruction during that time, they would not be able to participate in any type of sports or extracurricular activities because of this temporary disability. And the temporary disability does need to be at least 15 or more days for them to be eligible for this service. And then if you look at the little chart there, it shows you approximately how many students last school year that we had that benefited from this. So we had a total of 32 students. In elementary, we had 4 students. Middle school, we had 10. In high school, we had 18. Does anyone have any questions?
I just want to apologize for not introducing you.
That's
earlier,
okay.
So forgive me for that.
I was introduced at the beginning.
Just real quick, home hospital students, that's, they don't have to have an IEP or not, right? Correct?
No, but if we do have a student that is on an IEP that also requires it because they have some other type of temporary disability, then they are also provided that service. So the IEP team would hold an IEP, determine how we would provide their services to keep up with their goals and making sure that we're also doing the 5 hours, but also addressing their learning needs.
Okay, thank you.
I assume these students aren't on an independent study contract, so how do the instructors get the materials to, how do they know what to teach the students?
So if once we find out that they're eligible and then they are assigned a teacher, that teacher, they actually become their teacher, and then they will look in and collaborate with the gen ed teacher or their math teacher or whatever courses it is if they're elementary or high school, and then they provide them with that direct instruction.
Any other questions?
Is it typically done where Zoom or in person, or is that determined?
It depends. It depends on what that temporary disability is. If the student and the teacher, the student, and the family agree upon what is the best way, and also the physician. And it just depends if it's a surgery recovery, if it's, you know, a broken bone. It just depends. So they can do it through Zoom or in person.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And Dr. Danenberg, I just wanted to supplement Vicki's answer with, in some secondary situations where the student is taking really advanced classes, or we don't have a teacher that has expertise in that area, we have had some success using the same curriculum that we use in our Flex program, which is online Edgenuity. So we do try to find a way forward, but it all depends upon the student's particular course schedule and their level.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm filling in for Dr. Dawes, who oversees Flex and Independent Study. This educational option was brought in 2019-20 to address declining enrollment. At that point, there were about 80 students in the Flex program. This is an extra duty stipend position for teachers who volunteer to support Flex students. Post-COVID, it did expand. You see it really increased, close to 250 students at one time. But now we are going back to our intended use of Flex, where we ended about 78 students who were enrolled last year. These students do go through the VUSD Alternate Placement Committee, like our other students that Hector was sharing with El Camino and Homestead. So the Flex students will be presented at the committee, and the committee will look at all of the needs of the student and determine if Flex is an appropriate educational option for the students.
I got a quick question. That those 250 students, do we know where they went? They went back to like a brick and mortar school, or typically, or they leave our district?
Let me offer a quick lay of the land. When we initially started Flex in 2019, that was just prior to COVID, and we're really fortunate that we started it prior to COVID because we basically built our entire secondary distance learning program based on the Flex model. So I think we got a big head start in that area. When it expanded post-COVID, it expanded way beyond its original intended mission, and we had a lot of families, and so we still utilized it, though, however, for families that were reluctant to come back to school in the immediate post-COVID environment. However, what we found is that we had a lot of students that would normally have, in any other environment, matriculated to, chosen, and been very successful at El Camino. And so we worked to shepherd those students back to El Camino. We sort of grandfathered in the students who had been in the program, but the new students that were requesting it in their freshman year, and they'd never even had access to or an experience at one of our high schools. We worked really hard with Hector and our director team to shepherd those students into El Camino. So many of them went off and graduated, but the rest were really pushed back and are the many successful students you see at El Camino now that are producing those wonderful results.
So basically, we're going back to the original function of Flex. That's good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, some similarities and differences between Flex and the El Camino Independent Study Program. Both require a master agreement, so there is a meeting with the student and the family prior to enrolling in Flex, what the requirements are for attendance, work, turning in work, etc. There's a multi-site enrollment form, so students are on campus for a class. It could be their auto class, it could be an art class, but students are taking a class on their site, but they're also doing the Flex program at home. So one teacher for all courses on the independent study, yes, that is similar with El Camino. Both programs offer credit recovery options. Required dual enrollment, students are not required to dual enroll in college. But dual enrollment is an option for all high school students, but it's not required of Flex. As far as the curricular options in Flex, it is not traditional. It is through an online program, Edgenuity, so that is different than El Camino. Students may do one class at a time or multiple classes at a time, and students can go to campus, but it will be based on their schedule that they've agreed to in the master agreement. And students may still participate in other, athletics and extracurriculars as well in Flex. So they're still our student at their school. Any questions about Flex before I move on to our small independent study physical education?
Any questions by any of the board members?
No questions.
All right.
Okay. So Ventura Unified School District does offer independent study physical education. It's a limited on a limited basis, and all schools follow the protocols set in place. And there's a specific application window with specific eligibility criteria. So we have a very small enrollment in independent study PE. It is, as you can see, primarily, actually it's all secondary. We have just over 100 students as of last year who participated in independent study physical education.
And I apologize, there is an oversight on the slide. We should have said this is a secondary program. We don't offer independent study PE in elementary, nor do we offer it in 6th grade. So it's a 7 through 12 program. So I apologize for that oversight.
And that's it. All right.
Any questions by the board? Hearing none. Thank you for a great presentation, all. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
We're past the time we normally take a break, so let's take a 10-minute break. Welcome back, and we'll continue our meeting now with item number 4 of the conference agenda, integrating the Arts Master Plan update into the site-specific Prop 28 plans. Dr. Bayless.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. This is the supplement companion to the earlier agenda item about the master plan update. So hopefully some of those questions that you may have asked or may have been in your mind can be answered here, or at least attempted to be addressed. So with the Arts Master Plan update still being in having preliminary status because the board has not authorized it yet, we still took the opportunity to start training our principals on that master plan and how it can be integrated with Proposition 28 site plans, which we'll bring to the board later on this month. So, quick timeline. We finalized the preliminary Arts Master Plan, again, pending board approval at the end of the month of July. We held a preliminary Master Arts Plan training with TK-12 principals at our meeting yesterday, our first TK-12 principals meeting of the year, where we provided some direction and some time for them to work and look through the Arts Master Plan and make initial adjustments to their Proposition 28 plans. And then here we are today at the board meeting, just so I can explain to you and prepare you for what you'll see later on this month when we bring the revised Proposition 28 plans to you. They'll be making those updates along with district staff supporting them and helping them over the course of this month, and then again we'll present these plans at the board meeting and at the end of August. What we did with the Proposition 28 template is we made an adjustment to the template to reflect the new structure of the Arts Master Plan. So the old Arts Master Plan was basically organized and structured around the 5 domains of the arts that were mirrored in the California Arts Framework. So, and those were links, and so there was a kind of an alignment tool for principals to check those elements of the Arts Master Plan of the district to work to align their Prop 28 plans to. So that's now changed because that's not the way the Arts Master Plan is currently structured with those 5 domains of dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual arts. Instead, I changed it to reflect the structure. So if you recall Deidre's presentation on the Arts Master Plan, it's designed around strategic directions. And there are 4 elements of the first strategic direction, 2 elements of the second, and 2 elements of the third. So for a total of 8 that are, again, that are designed to be touchstones and guides for principals to when they design their Proposition 28 plans based on their community input, which Proposition 28 requires, that principals engage their specific communities about what's wanted and desired at their sites. And that's another reason why we'll see some differences across sites, even though at the 30,000-foot view we have a commitment to the arts and we're going to work to implement these strategic directions, but there are going to be some differences because the fundamental legal element of Proposition 28 is that it needs to be site-specific in response to what is local and specific to that site based on engagement with the community. So what principals have started yesterday and what we're supporting them on is looking at those 3 strategic directions and those 8 goals within those strategic directions. So this is just a call out and excerpt from the actual, again, preliminary Arts Master Plan pending board approval. And our next steps are, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to start receiving their revised Proposition 28 plans. And Deidre, Sol, and I will look through them and provide feedback and support on how they can make sure that they are aligned to the broad district goals and vision for the arts, but also very responsive to, again, the legal requirement that their local and specific community provided input to them on. And then I apologize for that misspelling. I just caught that on that third bullet there. That we'll be presenting those to you on the 25th. So, my briefest presentation of the night, but nonetheless I wanted to at least prepare you for a slight change to the template. And for full transparency to the public and to you, you had authorized that specific template. We went through a nice back and forth over several meetings of refining that template. But I took the liberty to take an element that you had supported, which is that alignment tool, and just changed it so it matched the structure of, again, our preliminary arts master plan. So happy to answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, I have a couple. First of all, is there an expectation that each principal will hit each of those 8 goals?
No, I don't think so. This is a fantastic question. Remember that every single site has a very different allocation from Proposition 28, because that allocation is formulated by the state. It's based not just on enrollment, but on unduplicated pupil percentage. And so that produces pretty significantly different amounts of money, just to put it very bluntly. So some schools will have the ability to have multiple facets to their Proposition 28 plan, and some schools will have to be somewhat narrow because 80% of the allocation has to be staffing. So if all a site has is enough of a allocation to provide for one section or 2 hours, you're not going to be able to hit all of the strategic directions, nor will you be able to hit all of the 5 domains of arts framework. So thank you for that question. I appreciate the chance to clarify that.
The second question I would have deals around with getting input at the school site level from the school community. How can we be assured that the entire school community is being either surveyed or talked to? I mean, what mechanisms have we put in place to make sure that it's not just a principal talking to a couple of teachers, it's a larger input?
Another great question. At the bottom of this framework, at the bottom of this template, there is a principal attestation. And that's, again, anyone can sign it and not have it be meaningful, but we do those checks at the sort of the director level to make sure that our requirement that there was an expansive survey to the community, to parents and students and teachers. So we are checking on that to make sure that's not only it happened at the end and beginning of last year, but it's going to be recurring because remember these Proposition 28 allotments are year to year to year, and so school communities change and students' preferences change, and so we can expect that there is first that signature attestation should signal to you and to the public that there absolutely has been systematic engagement at the most basic level, that survey. And in secondary, we have things like course requests also to support another form of input about what people are wanting. And I also, at the very bottom of that page, it adds things like the school site council. Every school has a school site council, and that's another form of engagement where they can get feedback. But the survey is the primary mechanism for getting that feedback.
Other questions by the board?
No, I really appreciate all the work you've done. I mean, this is a lot, and I hope you don't feel like we're being super critical. We just want to make sure it's, it's going to reflect kind of our master plan, our strategic direction. So I appreciate all the work you're doing. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And I know that the principals, we all want to get it right, and we want to implement Proposition 28. We want there to be coherence and alignment with our master plan, with the LCAP. So the district staff, I know this is true for Dr. Castro as well, but all the principals, we do want that long-term alignment and coherence.
Any other questions? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move on to conference item B, Human Resources, Ventura County Office Education Quarter 4 Williams Report for the 23-24 fiscal year. Ms. Wolowitz.
Thank you. There were no reports of any, there were no visits in quarter 4.
Okay. That was nice and sweet. Okay, and we've already done. That's nice to have a brevity sometimes. So, okay, we've already done conference item C. We move that up. On to the consent calendar, items A through E. Is there anything that any of the board members would like to be polled for individual discussion? I have one. I don't want to pull it. I just want to have discussion on it before I take a motion on this. Is item D3, the resolution about moving adult ed funds, and so maybe we can have some input from you and then maybe some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. Let's, given what I anticipate the questions that we would have, and staff I think would like to be able to comment,
Okay.
let's go ahead and pull that item, and then that way we can take the balance of consent potentially.
So I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item D3, and in which we can then talk about it by itself.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay.
Okay. Before I hand this over to Dr. Mirza, I'll just kind of give a broad framing of it. So the consideration of this resolution, beyond the technical elements that Dr. Mirza will get into, is in response to board direction that the staff has received over multiple years, which is to be proactive. What we want to do is to make sure that the board is not placed in a reactive setting to be able to be responsive to implementing board priorities. And so we're, one of the things that's come up is you've asked us to take a look at all possible solutions. And so what we're bringing forward is a solution to when you ask, well, what problem? Right now there isn't a problem. But when we get into our next board study session, we'll pick up where we left off in the second interim report. And where we left off was we are solid. Everything is where we need it to be. We are implementing the board's vision and mission in terms of your priorities. And on the horizon, about 1.5 years from now, we'll be in an environment where we will have gone through all of our LREBG funds. And so we'll need some lead time to be able to make sure that the district is positioned from a revenue perspective to continue maximizing those board priorities. And so this is just one portion of one solution to that effect. So I'll hand that over to Dr. Mirza.
Yeah, good evening, board. So what this resolution is, just to clarify for Dr. Dannenberg, this resolution does not authorize the staff to move the funds. What this does is just uncommit. So there's previous board resolution that was passed in 2012 by a previous board, and what that particular board did was commit these funds to be only used for adult ed purposes. And at that time, there was a GASB 54. There was kind of a state push to do so. And so since then, what has transpired in the adult education funds, there is a significant ending fund balance that's normally used for like infrastructure repairs, but since the district has passed the bond, we've also included Ventura Adult School, since they're part of the Ventura Unified School District umbrella, into that bond. So in the amount of about, what, $13 million for HVAC and roofing. And so what this really allows us to do, if needed, like Dr. Castro mentioned, we have about $8 million in LRBEG funds that are funding positions currently, and those are one-time dollars, and those are coming to an end within about 1.5 years. Those funds will expire. We no longer have any more one-time funds, and as the district's budget was presented, I believe I presented it in the fashion that those positions are one-time funded, and at the end of the 3rd year right now, it's looking good, right? Because as I've been telling the board, is that these one-time positions, as they end, they're not coming back to the general fund. So I've also presented option 2 and 3, which if those positions come back to the general fund, the impact that it would have, and it would put us at a deficit. And so what this resolution would allow for us to do is, if needed at that time, if the board uncommits the funds right now, if they needed to use it for another purpose, it can be. Doesn't mean by voting to approve this resolution that it will happen.
So we're basically just opening up the chances that if we need to use it, we can use it instead of just sitting there.
Yes.
Because we used the bond money. That money was sitting there for use, HVAC, but we used the bond money to take care of that.
Yeah.
So that's no longer needed for that. We're just kind of opening up the purse book just in case something happens.
Just in case. It's opening up the options available
That's
if
understandable.
needed.
Any other questions?
So how is typically VASE, is it paid for itself? How's the funding work?
Yeah,
for VASE?
so VASE gets California grant and federal grant. So the California grant is the bigger. It's, or state grant, I would say, not California grant. It's about $5 million, and their federal grant is about $400,000. So they receive about $5.4 million a year in just the grants, and that sustains themselves throughout the fiscal year. That means that pays for their payroll, their operations. And so over the past years, I'd say like 10, 15 years, they've just grown a significant ending fund balance. And I understand the need of having it there for an emergency, for infrastructure repairs, but since the bond is here and VASE is still considered under, it's not a separate entity, right? They share the same EIN number as Ventura Unified School District. Their money sits in the county treasury just like ours in our same account. So it's not a separate entity on its own. It still falls under Ventura Unified School District umbrella. And so if there's a need that arises for us within, we're looking at our financial situation 3 years from now, it's available. It's an option that's available.
What is that fund balance?
So at the end of the year, unaudited actuals, so end of 23-24, there would be estimated approximately $6.7 million.
Now, okay, so if we were to use that money, just theoretically, basically it's only one-time money. Is that not correct?
So
I mean,
they
that's gonna be
generate so the concept wouldn't be to sweep, like if that was the board's direction, it wouldn't be just to take everything. We want to leave at least $2.5–3 million in there for a reserve, and then on top of that, they earn about $500,000 a year. So over the years, it'll just continue to build and grow.
So that's grant money. That's leftover grant money.
You have a tuition
that
that falls
tuition
under
money.
unrestricted. Yes.
So the grant pays. Okay. So the tuition money is what is gathering in our. So there's no
so you have
stipulations on that.
You have a restricted pot of funds,
Okay.
and then you have an unrestricted. But ultimately, it's the lack, I wouldn't say lack, but it's just the funds are not being utilized, right, at all. So, and it's gaining interest, I think about $200,000 a year just sitting there. So,
But if you do the reverse and we use that money and something else needed to be fixed, it would come out of general fund. It would be the reverse, right?
so you would want to, you would want to leave a strong enough balance in there. So if you leave like $3 million in there, that would take care of your, any major expense that would occur.
Well,
Besides the roofing and the HVAC would be taken care of by the bond. Yeah.
I'm just saying that if it goes to the general fund, it doesn't mean it still can't be used if we needed to use it, right?
Yeah.
It's just opening up the general fund. It just opens it up more of what we can use it for instead of being restricted.
Yes.
So if we still needed to use for VASE, we can easily just use it for VASE. So it doesn't prevent us from using it for its intention. It just opens up.
So that would be the case right now. So say, for example, like if Child Nutrition Fund, they operate on a separate fund, Fund 13. If they overspend, general fund has to cover the expenses regardless.
Yeah, my point was, I was just saying that it doesn't mean it still can't be used for the intention.
Of course.
But it gives us flexibility to say, let's just say something happens and we need to go borrow $5.2 million. We wouldn't be paying interest on borrowing $5.2 million. We could use this, and if it would be the same, but we're saving money for not going outside of our own bank account.
Yes, and once again, this resolution is not saying we are
will.
doing it. Yeah.
Yes, okay. I just want to make that clear so people don't say like, we're just opening up for what we can for an emergency, but it still can be used for its purpose if needed.
But it sounds like that's coming down the pipe anyways.
Yes, and if we can just wind back the clock a little bit to the board that made this resolution in 2012, that was also pre-bond. And so now that we have the bond, by and large, having spoken with the previous principal/director over multiple years, one of the biggest concerns was facilities. And so given that there's an investment of the district in that priority one, if you remember in our bond implementation plan, we have priority one and priority two. We actually can't really even get to priority two because we have so many projects under priority one. There could have been an option to say, well, VASE has this allocation set aside. They should fund themselves, but we didn't take that approach, and I'm glad we didn't. It's the right thing to do. But now you were in an environment where those resources could have been spent on other district priorities, but we aren't. And again, good decision. Make sure that we're taking care of base infrastructure in those facilities. And so therefore now it opens up another conversation in terms of we are meeting all district priorities. Can we create some flexibility to make sure that the board could continue to meet other district priorities should there be a need? Right now there is not, but on the very close horizon there may be. And so again, just going back to Trustee Peterson's questions, the purpose of that is we're not making a decision about how to utilize that. We just want to be able to engage the board. Can we?
And then we continue to monitor our budget, so the board will know, how the fiscal outlook looks, and it may change. Who knows? In 2-3 years, if there's some money that the state wants to send us, then the entire picture changes. But it doesn't look like that right now.
Other than infrastructure issues for VASE, did they have any plans to use that money for anything else?
No. So annually, this year they've only spent $122,000 from the unrestricted side. So it's nearly not enough.
So I didn't know if they were planning on expanding programs or anything like that.
Not at the current time. No.
No. Okay. And then,
but we like I mentioned, the intention is we don't want to sweep the entire at all. Right. You want to leave at least $2.5–3 million in there to cover.
Now, before you would take this money, this resolution only gives you the power to do it. You'd come back to us and tell us how much you want to take and what the plan is.
Yes.
So it's not giving you carte blanche to just go in there and take it, right?
So the direct answer, absolutely, is we don't make those budgetary decisions without board input. What it does allow us to do is even in a conversation about when the board looks at our long-term budget planning, we then say, okay, here's an option. Like you've given us the ability through the resolution for that to even be part of the discussion. If we leave the previous resolution in place, when we come to you with possible solutions over the 3 to 5 year period, that isn't part of it.
Okay. Just my biggest concern would be that if we use this money, that we realize it's basically one-time money, because it's not going to be there year after year.
It's like it's like a life. It's like another form of one-time funds. I would
right. I just when we spend it, we need to make sure the board's clear that it's not solving a problem. It's only prolonging. Okay. Any other questions by the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
I kind of want to see more of a plan, more of it kind of written down, that there's going to be a reserve left. So I'm going to vote no for now.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-1.
Okay, moving on to board reports. Do we have any board reports this evening? Trustee Levere? No. Trustee Forsythe?
No, come back to me.
Trustee Peterson?
Well, yeah, as I said, I went to a conference last month, and it was basically just on equity for our students, and we really got into like grading policies from different districts and how we do that. And I know ours is basically in our contracts, right, where the teacher can grade how they want to grade, but it was just a big that was part of the equity on how each teacher was grading. So the conference kind of turned to that on making sure that, you know, students was having equitable grading in each level. And I don't think we really have a problem with it, but it was just going to conferences to me, it's kind of like a report card of how we're doing when you see other people's doing, what they're doing and what their policies are and what they have to spend time on. And so, like, I kind of give ourselves an A because we spend most of our time we're spending on what we can do for our students and not trying to manage other divisions of our operation and spending our time doing that. I think over the last 2 years, we've solved together a lot of problems, and I really think our time is really spent on what we can do for our students. So conferences kind of almost make me feel better about our district and what we're doing. So I love going because we don't have the problems that I hear, and I always share the problems. Not that I like sharing the problems, but it's good to see that we're not in that type of we don't have to resolve that stuff. We've already done it, and so now we're moving forward. So it makes me appreciate our district more when I go.
Okay. And I have no report, so coming events?
As those come up on the screen, Marianne's got that. Believe it or not, we are on the cusp of a brand new school year. So looking forward to seeing as many staff members who can attend our Celebrate event on August 13th. Thank you for putting that up. The first day of school follows right after. We have our Labor Day. And then, of course, we start to convene our parent groups. So CDAC and PAC coming up in August and September. Thank you very much.
Very good. Okay, and then future board items, we've got the board retreat coming up on August 29th, a study session on FCMAT report to be determined, historical preservation of Washington School to be determined, and the joint use agreements to be determined. Any other requests for future board agenda items? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to board superintendent comments. Any board have any additional comments they'd like to make?
Tomorrow night I'm going to be presenting kind of what the district's been doing on the Avenue to the Westside Community Council. So we're going to kind of highlight our new ELOT building over there behind EP Foster, and some other, some other items, some good things we've been doing around the district. So I'm excited for that.
Good. Mr. Lear, Mr. Peterson, superintendent comments. Anything? Okay, then do we have a need to go to closed session?
No.
I didn't think so. So with that, before I ask for a motion for adjournment, just want to thank VACE for their help in filming and appreciate all what you guys do. So thank you very much. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank